Evening, I'd like to call to order the City Council regular meeting of Monday, February 24, 2025. And I'd like the clerk to call the roll, please.
Councilmember Liu,
Present.
Mayor Lowing,
Here.
Councilmember Lifcott-Haynes,
Here.
Councilmember Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Burt, Councilmember Rectal,
Here.
Vice Mayor Vinker.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And our first item on the agenda tonight is the pleasant experience of being able to do a proclamation for Miss June Fleming. And I've asked the Vice Mayor to read that proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my honor to read this proclamation. The proclamation expressing appreciation for June Fleming. Whereas June Fleming was born on June 24th, 1931 in Little Rock, Arkansas, and had a lifelong passion for education and service, which led her to receive a bachelor's degree from Talladega College in 1952 and a master's degree from Drexel University in 1954. And whereas Fleming served as an associate professor at Philander Smith College between 1960 and 1967, before she came to Palo Alto in 1968. And whereas Fleming joined the city of Palo Alto in 1968 and served as the director of libraries until 1980. She then went on to serve as Director of Social and Community Services and Assistant City Manager through 1992. And whereas in 1992, the City Council appointed Fleming to City Manager, and therefore Fleming made history in 1992 when she became Palo Alto's first Black city manager, as well as Palo Alto's first female city manager. And whereas Fleming played a leading role in regional efforts to reduce crime and improve flood control, during her tenure as city manager, she helped to shape the city's annual budget, spearheaded numerous local initiatives, including the establishment of the Regional Enforcement Detail, known as the Red Team, a partnership between Palo Alto, Menlo Park, and East Palo Alto police officers to fight crime, and oversaw the creation of the Development Center, the city's central hub for processing permits and development applications. Fleming was also instrumental in the formation of the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority, a regional agency that formed in the aftermath of the devastating February 1998 flood, and that is charged with improving flood protection around the eponymous creek. And whereas Fleming served as city manager until 2000, when she retired and moved to Virginia with her husband, Roscoe Lee Fleming Jr., and whereas the city of Palo Alto mourns the passing of June Fleming, yet celebrates her extraordinary life and profound impact as a trailblazing leader. Now, therefore, Mayor Ed Lowing does hereby honor the life and legacy of June Fleming, who devoted decades as a public servant and advocate, both in and outside of City Hall.
Thank you for that. And I understand her very close friend is here tonight, and we would welcome you to say a few words. And I understand maybe watching is one of her, a daughter.
Yes.
Okay, please step to the mic and
Good evening, Mayor Lowing and City Council members. My name is Sandra McMahon, and June Fleming was my dear friend for over 50 years. She was an amazing mentor, and it is truly my great pleasure to come this evening to accept the proclamation on behalf of her family. And thank you very much for this wonderful honor and giving June this special recognition.
And would her daughter like to speak remotely?
She was planning on doing so.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I I don't see her in Zoom, but if you're there and you just have a different name, maybe just raise your hand and we'll let you speak.
The vice mayor is going to say something in the meantime.
Well, I just wanted to say that I had the good fortune when my husband and I first moved here in 1992 of meeting June and Roscoe Fleming as revered senior members of the church we attended. And I know that there are quite a few members of that church remaining who knew the Flemings and thought so highly of them, and that they're watching tonight. And so thank you for being here. It was, my pleasure to know them, not as nearly as well as you did, but what an inspiration June was to all of us.
Thank you. We're moving along to. Oh, sure. I'm sorry. If anyone would like to speak to that proclamation, happy to do that. Councilman Rebecca Hims.
Well, I just wanted to offer my gratitude to Miss June Fleming for her historic leadership. And it's wonderful to be reminded of the shoulders on which we stand, and wonderful to have her friend Sandra McMahon here today. I do want the community to know that Maura Oman, who was right here, I think she's talking to
She's
Sandra
still
right
there.
now. Maura is putting, with Youth Community Service, is putting on an event to honor June Fleming on March 20th. Maura, I'm telling on you right now, okay? Yes. Putting together a beautiful event with women who served alongside June Fleming in the city, along with a couple of us who are currently serving the city and happen to be women. It's going to be a panel to reflect on June's leadership and legacy. And we'll make sure that we get you the details on when that event will be and how to view it. And it will be taped, I know, so it's something that can be shared well beyond that evening. So I'm really excited in Women's History Month, which is coming, of course, in March, that we're going to have this opportunity to reflect upon a true icon in our city and a trailblazer in more ways than one. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, really appreciate you coming on her behalf. It's really lovely. Our next item is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. City Manager.
No changes this evening, Mayor?
Other than to say it's a long agenda.
Other than to say it is a long agenda.
So we need to stay on point here. Okay, public comment on items not on the agenda. How many speakers do we have?
we currently have no request to speak.
Wow, should we wait a while? Or set history and just move along? Okay, thank you. Then we'll go to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Who's not here? Okay, he's gonna be here like 6:15, he said. Okay, I'll go ahead. I have actually a few of them. First of all, I want everyone to know that, as you recall, there's an issue with Valley Water. They have a proposal to shift 23 million from North County sea level rise project that's not moving forward and moving those funds to San Jose. So we've been in contact with Valley Water, the city manager has, and we've requested that item 3.4 be deferred without any substantive actions. And in that regard, we also want to set up, and I have set up, a ad hoc committee consisting of Councilmember Burt, Rectal, and Stone to work on this, taking about 60 days during this pause to sort of discuss what can be done around this issue and the removal of funds from Palo Alto. So that is now an active ad hoc. Secondly, I know the city manager is going to talk about this as well, so I will just announce my part, which is that the first, maybe the first ever, mayor's press and community briefing is this Thursday at 5 p.m. at Rinconada Library. And the goal there is to have basically mutual dialogue with both the press and the citizens, which is not an option in settings like this in council. So I hope that that's going to allow us to give updates and inform folks, and then both the press and the public can pass it on, and we'll be able to broadcast more of our news. But all of you have the responsibility to give me any items that you think we should talk about in terms of updates. So you can, filter that to me or to Megan, who's our Chief Communications Officer, and we'll take it from there. Thirdly, as you all know, we're going to be sponsoring a big celebration. Happy to say it's going to be a big celebration for our beloved Joe Simidian, and it's going to cost a little money. So the Vice Mayor and I would like to authorize the use of council contingency funds up to about $10,000. Most of the food is going to be defrayed, but there'll be some props and incidentals and so on, and we're sure that'll comfort it. So unless there are a couple of council members that want to debate it, then that will be the decision. Okay, thank you. Any other, sorry. Can't cover up the lights and still see them, Ed. Yeah, look, Councilmember Lick, names.
You can call me Lift on Hames, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just following on the heels of our city council visioning session on Cubberley that took place last Tuesday, I just want to be sure the public knows that your chance to begin to dive into what Cubberley could and should look like in its renovated, restored, potentially magnificent new form is coming on March 19th. That's 6 p.m. The Cubberley Master Plan Community Meeting. I don't have a location for that off the top of my head. Do you know, City Manager?
I do not. We'll need
Okay,
to.
well, there's plenty of time. It's just under a month away. So we will obviously be advertising that thoroughly, and really want to invite everybody who's interested in what Cubberley might become to come on out and participate. It's going to be a very exciting and collaborative process. I also wanted to mention that all of us on the dais and plenty of others in the community attended a conversation on this past weekend about 80 Willow Road, which is a proposed builder's remedy project, not in Palo Alto, but in Menlo Park. And this is a conversation our community is going to be having, I think, for quite some time, and want to encourage people to be aware of this potential development. It is not in our city, but it impacts our city and potentially a harbinger of what's to come or not. So stay tuned on that if you are interested in housing. And finally, I'd like to mention that the HRC is sponsoring a Know Your Rights workshop or seminar, also on Thursday, the 27th, at 5:30 at Mitchell Park. So go hear the mayor and then zip on over to the HRC Know Your Rights info meeting. This is really within the context of immigration enforcement in light of the actions of our new federal administration. We know there are a number of people in our community who have concerns, and whether you're personally impacted or you just care about how others might be personally impacted, we encourage you to get educated, get informed so that you can do what you need to do in order to protect people. That's it for me. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Vinker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of announcements. One is that the Bay Area Air District, which I vice chair, has appointed me to the Bay Area Regional Collaborative, which is, so for those who are keeping score, BAD appointed me to BARC. I've got to get better acronyms. But anyway, that what it is it's a group that consists of representatives from the Air District, from the Bay Conservation, BCDC, from MTC, the Metropolitan Transit Company or Corporation or Commission, and ABAG, Association of Bay Area Government. And we come together to try to coordinate our efforts around climate action. So that should be synergistic with our efforts here on climate, and will be a new regional body that Palo Alto has membership within. I also wanted to report on the Northern California Power Agency Commission meeting and Legislative and Regulatory Committee meeting that took place last week, in which I attended as the city's commissioner. As a commission, we approved various general service agreements, and we also approved a cost allocation model for the next fiscal year, which is the methodology by which we allocate each member's contributions. And the city's overall share has decreased slightly under this new model. And I'm happy to report another appointment. I accepted an appointment to the NCPA Executive Committee, which is great because it gives Palo Alto a voice in the operations and management of the agency, which generates our electrical power. But I want to also give a little update about what happened at the Legislative and Regulatory Committee meeting, because it was one of the more notable sessions we've had. At the state level, legislative activity is focusing, as you would guess, heavily on wildfire mitigation and affordability concerns. And we also received the good news that state legislation to create a Western States energy market called the Pathways Initiative was introduced by Senator Becker last week. And NCPA has been working on that for well over a year. And if that gets up and running, that could have real benefits for affordability for our city and our residents. However, at the federal level, the report was not so good, and we received some concerning updates. First, we learned that the Pathways energy market will have a really tough battle ahead, especially now that the federal administration claimed regulatory authority over FERC. So that could be a hurdle for going ahead with this market. More troubling is news about the federally run Central Valley Project, which is a federally run hydro or water generated power plant that our city heavily relies on. We get about 40% of our electricity portfolio from the CVP project. And if you could put up slide 1, this is a slide that they showed at this legislative committee meeting, and it's entitled Potential Impacts of Executive Orders and Federal Policy Initiatives. And it shows the various executive orders that really are negatively affecting this project, including they immediately released water from certain dams. They sent fork in the road and memos to employees, and they have policies about laying off probationary employees like other agencies, but that in NCPA's judgment is likely to result in 10 to 20% of reduction in staff, which is troubling. And there was a particularly troubling story about there's a switching desk associated with this. So you can imagine if there's a whole bunch of hydropower that goes to different cities, that you have to have some switching. And that desk usually has 5 employees, but has been down to 4. 2 of the employees took the fork in the road memo. We're down to 2. We have 2 people literally switching the power that we use to keep the lights on here in Palo Alto. They each pull 12-hour shifts every day. If you could go to slide 2, please. Also, as NCPA reported to us, the administration suspended use of bipartisan infrastructure law funding that was slated for maintenance projects for the Central Valley project, such as transformer and turbine replacements and wear and maintenance. So these actions are expected to delay cost savings of $5 million or more annually and expand unplanned maintenance costs due to deferring the maintenance. So in the interests of transparency, we felt the need to share that because ultimately it could threaten the overall grid reliability and resiliency. It could increase cost to ratepayers and the ability to maintain power during summer heat waves. So that is my report.
Thank you. Any other council comments? Okay, then let's go to the consent calendar. Do we have public comment on that?
Yes, we have one request to speak.
Okay, let's go ahead with that at 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. This is Scott O'Neill. I want to speak to item 2, the annual progress report to HCD. I'm not 100% certain the direness of the data will be obvious to everyone, so I'm going to start by talking a little bit about metric choice. So our pipeline metaphor for talking about production is a good metaphor. If we imagine ourselves as ruthless oil tycoons considering a massive serpent of steel snaking through the Black Hills of South Dakota or whatever, we might say some things about it. A pipeline is doing better if a lot comes out the far end. From that perspective, a pipeline is doing better if it doesn't leak. A pipeline is doing better if it takes fewer resources to build, operate, and maintain. But mostly that first thing, throughput, is what you tend to care about with metrics, with pipelines. You wouldn't say a pipeline is doing well if there's a lot of stuff in it. That's because it's not for storage. And in fact, you can make it hold more stuff by having it double back and forth endlessly. And that would make it leakier, slower, and more expensive, which means it's a worse pipeline from this perspective of moving things through it. And that's also true of housing. Pipeline units are a terrible metric to focus on whenever you're talking about production, which is what RENA is about, which is what SB 35 is about, et cetera. A longer pipeline with more years in it will tend to hold more units, but throughput's less and will tend to leak more failed projects on the ground. This APR to HCD tells us how much is coming out of our pipeline, the throughput. So what do we see? We are 25% of the way through the cycle and have permitted 7.31% of our RENA. 7.31. To produce RENA, we would need to almost quintuple the throughput of our pipeline if it were to happen tomorrow. I used to hear people say we never have a hard time producing market rate. Anyone else remember hearing that? We've produced only 10.87% of market rate a quarter of the way through the cycle. We need to about triple our market rate throughput to meet market rate RENA from here. Fortunately, as you know, we have reforms and programs that we're working on that might help, especially the HIP program that's coming up next week. So I'm calling attention to this progress report because I hope it will strengthen Palo Alto's resolve in making sure we don't just deliver those reforms, but that they go far enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other public speakers, we'll close public comment. We'll move to the dais and see if there's any comments on any of the consent items. And if not, I'd welcome a motion.
I move the consent calendar.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lipcott Haynes.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Rekdal.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll now go to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. City Clerk, could we get some assistance? Thank you. All right, let's go to the next slide, please. All right, well, the mayor already mentioned this, so spoiler there, but nonetheless, want to reiterate that this Thursday will be the first in a new series, a mayor's press and community briefing. We will be gathering at Rinconada Library, the Embarcadero Room on Thursday from 5 to 6 p.m. And again, members of the community as well as the press are welcome to join us either in person or you can watch on YouTube. We will not be taking streamed questions, but we'll take live questions in person. And with that, we also have a quick rundown on the details on our website, cityofpaloalto.org/mayor briefing. Next slide, please. Also want to note that we've been talking quite a bit and for a while about our heat pump water heater program, advanced heat pump water heater program, providing both financial assistance and really concierge support for installation. Our staff has now expanded that to a broader range of electrification opportunities. So this website, cityofpaloalto.org/electrification, is something of a one-stop resource for a variety of resources in both evaluating as well as implementing electrification within homes throughout Palo Alto. So another excellent resource here, and look forward to community members taking a look at it, giving us feedback, as well as taking advantage of this resource. Next slide, please. Then, as Councilmember Lipcott Haynes, I believe, mentioned, we've got an HRC, our Human Relations Commission, hosted Immigrants' Rights Workshop, also Thursday. This is at 5:30 p.m. at Mitchell Park Community Center. Again, our Human Relations Commission is taking the lead in hosting this event, including a variety of partners that will provide information for any community member wanting to get additional information about current immigration issues and resources available in the community. We will have translation services available. Next slide, please. Then finally, looking forward to upcoming city council meetings. We have had some shifts here, so let me walk through it briefly. First off, at your next meeting next week on March 3rd will be a study session on the draft Safe Streets for All Safety Action Plan. Then your action item as a substantive action item related to the housing element and specifically the housing incentive program. On the following week, March 10th, the study session is our Community Services Department Special Events Work Plan or calendar for the year. And it has been a topic of council interest. So an opportunity to review and discuss that. Then on your action agenda, we have the comprehensive plan amendment for our car-free streets that has just been reviewed and recommended unanimously by the Planning and Transportation Commission. And then I believe a relatively brief item related to an ordinance amendment allowing early demolition under certain circumstances. Then March 17th, a study session with your Palo Alto Youth Council. The action agenda will include the professional services agreement for turf study, synthetic turf study, and action item for review and approval potentially of the proposed development at 70 Encina. April 7th, a couple of ordinances that have been, I think, eagerly awaited, one dark sky ordinance and bird-friendly design. Again, that's on April 7th. Then moving beyond, a number of other items that we know have been a source of some community interest. So just want to flag that these will be coming in the weeks following April 14th. And with that, Mayor, back to you.
Okay, thanks very much. Any questions of the city manager? All right, we're running a bit ahead, so I think we should go on to the first action item for the evening rather than take a break at this time. And that is colleagues' memo, proposed adoption of a resolution underscoring council's commitment to sustaining Palo Alto values and interests in the face of the Trump administration actions.
If I may, Mayor allowing, we do have 2 at places memos. Would now be an all right time to distribute those to the council and the public?
Yes. Do you have a question? Councilmember Burke?
Yes, given that we have these 2 at places memos, can we have an opportunity to read and digest them so that we'll be able to respond thoughtfully?
Yeah, I think that'd be great. Spend a
So
few-
I don't know if we do that through a break or what, but
No, I think we should just do it now. Yep.
Mayor, if I might, just to clarify for the public that those 2 memos have also been posted onto the city's website and added to this evening's agenda by the city clerk.
Thank you for that. I should have said that. So maybe when council members are done, they could light their lights and then I'll know that they're completed. Five are completed, two are studying. Councilmember Lou, are you still debating? Okay, you're supposed to. But- Okay, I think now you're official.
Yeah.
Okay, can we get an opinion from the city attorney in terms of how to process this? I think I know, but I'd rather have you say. I think the motion that came, I'm sorry, not the motion, the memo that came originally, that should be discussed first and the amendment and then go on to the other one, or what's the best process?
So typically, when a colleague's memo comes before council, the authors have an opportunity to speak to their colleagues and do take that opportunity. And then it's open for council discussion, and at some point, there needs to be a motion.
Right.
Or not, but if council wants to take action, then you make a motion and you have several documents before you and can make that motion and then proceed from there.
Right. I was just confirming that the memo that was originally submitted is still the working agenda item. And so probably the sponsor should talk about that and then have the discussion. That's what I want to confirm. And then we can have other folks talk about the other draft if they like to in the normal discussion.
Sure. The item is bounded by the title that appears on the agenda because that's what you told the public you would be talking about. And both the original draft submitted by the author's revised draft, and the additional draft provided by 3 other council members all fit within the title. So they're all within the scope of what can be discussed tonight.
Right. Okay. Does anybody else have questions of the city attorney? Okay. And I'm sure we have public comment on this.
We currently have 8 requests to speak.
Okay, we'll do 2 minutes.
Do that first, or do you want to talk about the amendments?
I'm open to talk about the amendments first if we like to, but I just want to make sure that they're not left behind. So if they haven't read the new amendments, then they're not getting all the information. So that's the constraint of doing it right away. Yeah, go ahead.
I think we would typically have at least an introduction by the initiators of a colleague's memo.
Great.
And then often some questions, and then hear from the public, and then come back and have our discussion.
Yeah, we should, particularly in this case where there's, a couple different options, we should do it in the most effective way and not be bound on any procedure. So totally fine with that. Okay, so as one of the co-sponsors of the original one, I'm going to make a few comments. First, I just wanted to comment on the sort of the origin and purpose of this colleague's memo as it was formulated. We're all experiencing the potential impacts on our lives here in Palo Alto by the new administration's flurry of executive orders. I know I'm stating the obvious, but that is where it started. And we're hearing from residents about that. In the midst of all this turmoil, we have a city with ongoing opportunities and challenges that our council needs to lead on every single day to get done what we need to get done. So in the context of our conversations between the mayor and the vice mayor, it was suggested to me that we should make a statement to the city that we will continue to lead from the standpoint of our adopted values. And that is precisely the intent that is stated in the key driver of this resolution. It's documented outside of the resolution in what I call the cover memo, which was introductory there. And again, that's sort of the core reason. I just want to recite that, which is the city council's previously adopted values that guide our decision-making. This resolution underscores our commitments to residents that our stated values will continue to guide our actions and that we'll take future actions consistent with those values as council determines. And then in paragraph 3 of the introduction, we also say that we recommend that the council consider efficient means for deciding whether to authorize such action consistent with this resolution. In other words, a process for deciding on which actions to take that goes to council in advance. This process should go to council. And then also each individual item would come back to council for review and debate. So broadly speaking, our email comments on this, as all council member knows, has been highly positive. That said, all of us have had conversations with others, and particularly the vice mayor and I have gotten, I think, some very thoughtful comments from residents that we considered and have proposed this amended version of the original colleagues memo that we filed. And substantially, the reason is that some of the language from the earlier draft really was obscuring some of the intent of the memo, which was in the cover letter. And also, maybe more importantly, the focus on what I call the action program, action platform, which was in section 2, that place at which we talked about, how would we go about the process of action? So section 1 shifted over is now a platform for planning any future action on any issue, each of which will be reviewed by the full council. The core starting point then and now was the original bullet point, which is that 6 words, the council says, council offers support for the rule of law. That is, it has to be, in our view, the starting point. And that means we're going to support state and federal laws that are on the books and those that are created in the future by any respective legislatures, meaning state or federal. And that's a stance that I want all of our folks in our town to understand. There's nothing in here that says we're not going to follow the law. So that's sort of the basis, and welcome changes to this section or others as we go through debates. So I'll call on my co-sponsor now to take over from there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank the mayor for leading on this, and I'm proud to stand with you. I also want to thank the many public commenters. The League of Women Voters wrote a lengthy and thoughtful letter, and many others did as well. And the public commenters who have come here tonight that we'll hear from in a few minutes. It's really helpful to hear all points of view. As the mayor noted, the first few weeks of the Trump administration have been filled with executive orders that are already impacting our city, its residents, and our ability to provide the services that you expect and need. So we felt the need to step up and develop a plan for responding when appropriate. And I know that all of us here on this dais really love this city, and I know that we want to do what's best for it. And the frustrating thing about working on a memo like this is that the Brown Act keeps us from talking to each other and working it out ahead of time. And many of you are familiar with that, but I know a lot of members of the public don't know that when we work together on a memo, we could pick one other person to talk to up here, but that's it. So what we did is we held that position open in case somebody wanted to talk to us. So I've only talked to the mayor about this. So you're going to watch us, the sausage being made live in real time right in front of you as we hear what our colleagues think. And I'm eager to do that. That's something that I understand the goals and respect the goals of the Brown Act, but there is also a frustrating portion to it. I do believe that at the end of the day on this, it's really important that we stand united to protect our residents and ensure that we can provide the desired services. So we hope that our colleagues will stand beside us too, and that we can find a way to do that. I think from an initial glance at the amendments tonight, it looks promising, and I hope we can really listen to each other and work very hard to get there. So as the mayor said, we hope to set a course tonight for how we can take action over the coming weeks, months, and years based on a common understanding of the values that we have set forth previously, but how they translate into this new context where federal policy towards cities is radically different than it was just a few weeks ago. And these concerns are not hypothetical and future, they are real and immediate. And I believe we have an obligation to be transparent with the public. That's why I gave the report I did earlier on the troubling report we got from the Northern California Power Agency just last week. And I should mention, NCPA is not exactly a collection of liberal cities. We're there, but so is Lodi and Biggs and Gridley and all kinds of, it's very cross-partisan. And so I went on a lobbying trip last year for them, and we met, I was in Speaker Johnson's office, I was in Ann Ashley's office. So it's not a very partisan thing. We literally do what most people say city government is about, which is keep the lights on. So when they talked about the Central Valley project, from which we get 40% of our power, having from the cuts from the grant freezes that have already happened, the threats to the repair and maintenance of the way we get our electricity, that's scary. It's only been a few weeks. The fact that we have a switching desk that only has 2 out of 5 people in it now because 2 of them took the fork in the road memo, that's scary. So, this concern, it's not political, it's not personal, it's not performative. I want to keep everybody's lights on, Republican or Democrats. So given this, we need a mechanism to be responsive when issues arise that need a fast response. Some don't need to be fast, some do. But we can't spend all of our council meetings responding to these issues. We already have a full docket. So what we wanted to do was first get clear on the policy points that we agree on. That's why we have the 9 bullets that we have now moved to the top of section 1, as the mayor said, to clarify that what we're really trying to do is set up an action platform, like how will we go about this work? But we need some guidelines for that so we don't come back, in one-offs each time. So that's what's going on there. So in terms of the action we went directly to in section 1 of the new draft, the first 2 bullets are pretty clear. Communicate with our Congress members and communicate with our residents. The third bullet point deals with the possibility of legal action. And I know that can be a bit scary to people. So as a recovering litigator, let me see if I can demystify it a little bit. So there's a couple different ways that we might choose to get involved in legal action. And so, Madam Clerk, could you put up actually, I think it's the 4th slide. It's called joining a litigation. Yeah. So this is just an example, just to give you an idea. We're not asking for any decisions tonight on anything, but here's a real current example that I think illustrates what we're talking about. So one opportunity is you can join a lawsuit that someone else has already started, and with others who are similarly situated. If you do that, you may be able to help improve the outcome rather than sitting on the sidelines and waiting to see what result is handed down. So this example is a current litigation that was brought by our very own county, Santa Clara County, and the city of San Francisco. And we've been invited to join if we want. They are inviting other cities to join. I know the city of New Haven, Connecticut, and the county that has Seattle were in it in the first round, and they're inviting a bunch of others to join at the end of this week. I spoke to the city attorney of San Francisco that's key on this, and he said that they aren't expecting any legal costs or sharing like that. This is just something that if people wanted to join, they could do. But what I want you to know is that the basis of this lawsuit is that right now there are executive orders freezing DOJ and DHS grants, including one to our city that would provide our police with vests to keep them safe. So there's a real and existing thing right now that's happening that would be covered by this lawsuit. And with respect to the rule of law, this exact issue was litigated by these exact parties in 2017. So our very own county and the city of San Francisco and some others brought an action based on an executive order back then that also withheld and froze these grants. They won, and then it was appealed, and they won again. So we have Ninth Circuit precedent. We've had the law ruled on in this exact case, and yet they're having to litigate it again. So that's something that we might want to think about, we might not, but it's just to help you understand. The other type of opportunity, and if you could go to the next slide, is what's called an amicus brief. And with that, you don't even join the lawsuit. It's a one-time deal. The court wants to hear from similarly situated parties. That's one where if we tell our story, it can also have persuasive impact and help the courts understand how their rulings could impact similarly situated entities, in this case, cities. And so here is another example. This was done earlier this week, so this is not an option, even if we were to be bringing it forward. This one opposes drastic NIH cuts to federal research funding to entities all across the country. And so a bunch of cities got together and they're filing a brief just to say, hey, this impacts us. And these are not, left coast cities. We've got Birmingham, Alabama. We've got Salt Lake City. We've got Gainesville, Florida. We've got Nashville. And their basis is, as you can read there, is that this policy would devastate research institutions in all of our cities, cause job losses, severe economic disruption, and undermine a critical pillar of strength and civic pride in cities across the country. The cuts would also undermine critical medical research. So that's happening right now. Those cuts have been made. And one of the cuts, as you can see by the New York Times headline there, to these, they have the top 10 recipients of these grants. Number 9 is right next door at Stanford. They had 500 and some odd million last year. They're going to lose 100 million. That's going to affect jobs, economy, all kinds of things. So right here, right now, there are opportunities like that. Again, after consulting with the city attorney, that could be absorbed in our current budget without a new allocation. So that's just the type of thing that we can, it makes sense, I think, to have some kind of process to figure out if and when that's appropriate. Now, it should certainly be thoughtful. It should be used with discretion. And so that's why we added in language in the second to last bullet point in section 2, that it's the bullet that talks about seeking council approval. So all of us would, nothing would happen without all of us considering it, to bring our joint lawsuits or file our joint amicus briefs. But we would do it by starting by referring it to the Policy and Services Committee for screening. And we would need to give them criteria, which is again part of why we had the 9 bullets. So they could have closed sessions, and then they would return any recommendations to council for opportunities that are consistent with the resolution and our legislative guidelines, have minimal budget impact, and are deemed in the best interest of the city. So that's something we could discuss. There may be slightly different views on how to do it, but we think we should have a mechanism that's nimble, can respond quickly, so that we knowingly miss the bus. It's maybe not a bus we want to get on, but we don't miss the bus because we couldn't get around to figuring out how to get on it. So at the end of the day, as a lawyer, I do start with the rule of law. And if we lose that, all bets are off and there are no rules. And right now, lawyers and courts and judges are standing up for the laws and policies that our country has built up over 2 centuries. But we have a president who seems to do whatever he wants, regardless of prior commitments, regardless of whether Americans have relied on those commitments, regardless of data, regardless of science. Our goal is simply to honor the rule of law and keep this new situation that we are now facing from wreaking havoc on Palo Alto and its residents. So that's our purpose tonight.
Okay, any questions to be posed on that, or someone want to talk about something different? Yeah, Councilor Burt.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm glad to see the rewritten memo, because frankly, the one that we received previously in our packets, I was really concerned with the tone of it being confrontational and almost in a way challenging and daring the administration to come and take action against our city or our residents by its tone. That when it talked about our guiding principles, it framed it in terms of all the things we oppose as opposed to the things we support. And I see that many of those bullets have been changed to kind of affirmative. And then the action part that Vice Mayor Vinker just described really wasn't there at all. It's still not very well fleshed out because we would have to have legislative guidelines, and I don't see any recommendation on how we'd go about that. That's part of what would be the real substance if we were to go in that direction. But the original memo was just, it basically came across as quite a bit of venting, but not the real concrete recommendations. So this is a step in the right direction. I want to encourage colleagues to look at the memo that three of us put forward in response to the original one. And I think that the revised memo from the two of you certainly has moved much in the direction that we were advocating. But I think there are some places that it doesn't go as far as I think would be appropriate. We know that we have an administration that by their own description, will have retribution and vengeance. And our job here is to really protect the interests of the city and our residents, including our most vulnerable residents. And so I think we want to make sure that we have not included language that might actually jeopardize and be counterproductive to our interests. I think, like I said, this revised memo moves much more in that direction that we're advocating. But I think it still needs some work. So I think that's my opening comments.
Okay, thank you. Other council members? Yeah, sure. Councilmember Lou?
Just questions.
Pardon? What's your question, Councilmember Lou?
He's wondering whether it's just questions or comments. It's just questions, right?
No, you could do either one, comments or questions, yeah.
I'll offer some comments, some initial comments. And sorry, I did have my mic on. I was trying to clarify procedurally whether I would just ask questions or whether I could give comments right now. In general, I am certainly in favor of the updates made on both ends. And I think that is productive, is very clear about our values, and is less confrontational. The original draft, I really wondered whether we had done some kind of calculation about whether we thought there'd be more federal funding at risk, whether we thought we already weren't going to get that federal funding anyway, so there'd be no advantage or disadvantage either way to issuing the letter in those terms. And I think that kind of calculation presumably is impossible to do or kind of very coarse. And yeah, given this uncertainty and the risk there, I would prefer to really adopt either of these versions. On balance, I prefer the version issued by Council Members Burt, Rechtel, and Stone. I think a couple of the key things that win me over there is the removal of under the recitals Part B, where the revised memo still talks about the Trump administration very explicitly in the header, and it still very explicitly calls many of these executive orders likely illegal, which may well be true, but is not something that we necessarily need to state up front. and not necessarily something we can conclusively determine at this time anyways. So I liked that change. And I also like the change at the very end, which sets a clearer protocol for how we bring things to closed session for more discussion. I think picking 3 to move the full council into closed session on a litigation matter is actually a really reasonable and thoughtful threshold. The only thing that I think with the revised, with the Burt Rectal Stone version is that it discusses in a bullet point about immigration and workers' social status instead of immigration status. I think one of the purposes of this memo is, of course, symbolic. And symbolically, we do want to show immigrants and immigrant communities that we do have their back. I think social status is ambiguous and unclear. And I think modifying that to immigration status would be more clear about our intentions without actually risking or kind of going beyond what we intended to say here. So those are my comments.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank the 5 of my colleagues who decided to take this up. I think both efforts are really terrific. I do very much appreciate the revision to the initial resolution proposed in the colleagues' memo, and also appreciate what has been offered by the 3 additional council members. I went through and just took my yellow highlighter to try to be the reconciliation committee that we need. Like, what's the same between both of these and where do the differences lie? And I think that's going to be challenging but doable to make sure it's as comprehensive as we want it to be and strikes the right tone. I appreciated Councilmember Burt's notion that our job is to protect the city and our residents, and particularly our most vulnerable residents. Not just a notion, it is our obligation, in fact. And I think what we're struggling with Memo 1 before it was revised is, you know, do we stand up to this dangerous leadership, or are we afraid of poking the bear? You know, and I think we have to ask, if we don't poke the bear, might the bear do far worse? At some point, we're all going to have to stand up for what we believe in, and that is to protect the city and its residents and the most vulnerable. My specific questions are whether the work of the Palo Alto Police Department, specifically its role in response to ICE intentions, is adequately covered by the notion of protecting the legal rights and human rights of all residents and workers. I think that it is. I just wonder if we need to be a little bit more explicit about our police department, or maybe we're intentionally leaving that out. I just wanted to raise that. The piece that I found missing from both is healthcare. When I think about those who are most immediately impacted by the federal administration as individuals in terms of the quality of their life, it is immigrants and it is members of our community who are trans and gender non-binary. We are fortunate to have that great research university right up the road that is considered a leader in providing gender affirming care for transgender and gender diverse people. And I would like to see us add healthcare, whichever version wins, or if there's a third combined version that ends up winning the day. I would love to see language added around healthcare. And now I've lost my notes. I've got all these pieces of paper up here, but somewhere I had the notion of adding a specific reference to gender affirming care and other forms of healthcare. Or maybe we want to be more vague and just speak to no human will be, you know, I don't know, I can't make this up on the fly, but we don't want people to be denied the health care that they need. I feel like that's a way for us to stand up for our residents, to stand up for that university. And I think it's an important message to send to those residents that we see you, you matter, you exist, and we're not going to stand by and watch people deny your existence and your right to care. So I'm hoping that whichever I will be proposing that as an amendment to whichever resolution seems to be winning the day. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and first want to thank Mayor Lowing and Vice Mayor Vinker for drafting this resolution. I'm especially grateful to see the revised memo that addresses many of the concerns that I had in the initial memo. And I think the intent is a very noble one, and it's incredibly important that we are sending a message to our community that we will be standing up and protecting them from executive overreach and other unlawful acts that are threatening our city's residents, our workers, and our way of life. Now, I'm definitely not a fan of the current president. I didn't vote for him. I've been deeply troubled by what I've witnessed so far in his first month in office. But I think one of the things that makes him such a problematic president is his vindictive nature and his pettiness. I mean, just last week we did see the president announced cuts, or at least intended cuts, to the Presidio Trust in San Francisco, a move that many pundits viewed as an act of political retribution aimed at Congresswoman Pelosi. So I think it is all of our desire, it seems, to do everything that we can to be able to protect our community. And it seems like we're getting to that point where we're finding a balance here to be able to kind of bring together the various recommendations in the proposed resolutions. When I kind of did a read through similar to Councilwoman Lithcott-Hames, I noticed I think there's just 2 bullet points in both versions now that are not included in the other. So I think we're very, very close to being able to do that. And yeah, so I think we're headed in the right direction. I think most importantly, I think we can find ways to be able to protect our community, and I think we can do that without poking the bear. Because I don't think it is unreasonable to think that an official city act by Palo Alto won't go unnoticed by the White House in this situation. And we know Elon is Trump's right-hand man right now. He has strong Palo Alto connections. So I think I would just really hate to see this really well-intended effort to rightfully stand up against these unprecedented government outreach just backfire on us and make Palo Alto really become the focus of the administration's wrath in this case. So yeah, we have a lot of dollars at risk with federal grants. We have, of course, most importantly, undocumented residents and workers who might be at high risk of immigration raids that could target our city. So I think we're going to be able to find a way to be able to kind of combine these 2 resolutions and be able to pass something that's going to offer the same protections to our residents while maybe just avoiding some of the more incendiary language that can really cause that vindictive retribution and ultimately do greater harm to our community, which I know is not the intent of any of ours. And I appreciate, I think, the recommendation that Councilmember Lithcott-Hames made as far as the healthcare. I definitely will support that. And Councilmember Liu, your point on social status, I've been wrestling with that myself, as how do we avoid how do we symbolize to our community that we are here to protect them and defend them without putting out trigger words that the administration might cling to and go, we got to come for you, Palo Alto. And I think that balance is a really important one that we have to be really intentional about as we continue to move forward. So interested to see if we're able to handle this tonight. I think maybe one possibility is we could create kind of an ad hoc with sort of members from the 2 drafts, but perhaps they can go back and work on kind of bringing these 2 drafts together. Maybe then that can come back on consent or an action in the future, but do think it's really important that we get this right. And I think it's really important that we are aligned as a council and that we have a 7-0 vote coming out of this. So let's take our time with it. And if we need additional time at a future meeting, I think we should embrace that if necessary.
I just want to get a couple comments on sort of the structure of sort of processing this. In either the first or the second draft of the first memo that the vice mayor and I worked on, we were not trying to be exhaustive of every example we could cite that we have to be aware of. We're trying to give literally examples, sort of like these are some of the things that could happen. So, you know, if we're off plus or minus a couple of bullet points here, I don't think it's essential. If there are too many, we can drop them. I think the focus needs to be on what action are we going to take, and the action is to structure something where we can get relatively promptly a decision if we want to do anything legally or otherwise. And secondly, I really couldn't agree more with what Councilmember Stone said, using the word trigger words. One trigger word that our first round and our second round we didn't put in was ICE. Another trigger word was DEI. Yeah. So, and when we talked about immigration, I'm not arguing for our position, by the way. I'm just using it as an example. We talked about any illegal and inhumane immigration enforcement. That's different than ICE. It's different even, of course, than DEI. So I think that we should be very cautious about trigger words. I totally agree with that. Because and some of these things are too hot to even be examples. So trimming some of those could also be fine. So that's just a couple sort of structural ways to go about this. Councilman Recto?
Yeah, we were very, very cautious about poking the bear. And the reason being is that, you know, it may seem really brave to poke the bear, but it isn't brave to poke the bear if someone else is the one who's going to get eaten. And that's our concern. We have the most vulnerable population who will take the brunt of the retribution. And so we worried about trigger words. We worried about inflammatory language. Inflammatory language just has this huge, huge downside and very little upside. And so we really wanted to say, stick to the facts. What are we trying to do and how are we going to protect the residents? And our job is to protect the residents, not to make headlines.
Councilman Recto, Councilman Brinker, and then maybe we'll go to public comment after this to get some input.
Yeah, I just had a question. I mean, I have more to say, but I think I should hold it since I've talked a lot until we hear a public comment. But I just had a question because I gave Councilmember Burt a quizzical look at one point, and it wasn't about your point. It was about a factual thing there. I have a different understanding. I just want to ask staff. Didn't we pass legislative guidelines not too long ago? That's what I was referencing in there. Is that right? Perhaps we can get those while public comment is going on so we can see it. Because I was trying to reference a very specific thing that we did. We had a debate right up here on the dais and updated it, I don't know, a couple months ago or something. Yeah. So if we could find those so that we know what we're referencing, because that was supposed to be, baked in as just like the values were pre-approved, the legislative guidelines were pre-approved, and then we just wanted to update them with the other points we put in there. So thank you.
Are we okay with going to public comment, or is there other comments that want to be made first? And we'll definitely come back. Okay, great. Thanks, team. How many speakers, please?
15 speakers.
All right, we'll go to 2 minutes. And as always, encourage you to say, yes, I agree with the person before me, and take it down to 1 minute. And hopefully you all have the 2 new versions in front of you to comment on.
Our first speaker is Cindy N.
My name is Cindy, and I've lived in Palo Alto since 1983. I'm a former tech employee, manager, and executive. 2 of the companies I worked for became Fortune 500 companies. I was one of those who benefited from the spirit of innovation and competition that used to be the Silicon Valley trademark. I'm here tonight to emphatically support your courage and the City of Palo Alto's resolution to publicly state and engage in ongoing strong support for the rule of law and values that keep our city safe, peaceful, and in line with the United States Constitution. And I welcome the opportunity to hear from the people who disagree. Civil discourse is a primary hallmark of peace and freedom. When the federal government tramples on the rights of the law-abiding, hardworking citizens the way it is doing and has indicated it will do in dramatic ways, dramatic responses are not optional. They are necessary, and they start with us, the people who work and live here in Palo Alto. I don't even think of this as politics anymore. It's about an unconstitutional takeover of congressional and voter power by those who happen to have billions of dollars to corrupt elections and threaten senators and congresspeople who oppose them. This is a constitutional crisis and a threat to all the citizens that live here in Palo Alto. Those of us who feel safe because we're white, able, and privileged with college degrees and wealth have been given the opportunity now of a lifetime. We can choose to stand up for those who are being senselessly and illegally fired in order to fund tax cuts for the wealthiest 1% of our population. We can stand up and defend immigrants who have been hired here by large and small companies doing the physical labor of providing us with food, building our shelter, maintaining our gardens, caring for our elderly and disabled and children. We support the Stanford Hospital offering gender-affirming care to those.
Thank you.
And
Your
we
time
stand
is
up
up.
for the people in our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Winter D.
Hi. Well, I thank you, Mayor and Councilwoman Vinker, Councilmember Vinker, for getting liftoff on this. I contacted some or all of you quite a few weeks ago saying we needed to do, I wanted a specific thing. We needed to look at our policies, our protocols, our articles, whatever, and see that they are in keeping with what is written down. Thank you so much for this, Palo Alto values, and to update any that may need updating. And of course, this includes the PAPD, and we do, thank you, need to hear more from them. I'm confident they will do their best by our values. All of that said, even though on the one hand, I super support this notion, and it's been hurry up, I am now going, wait a minute. At least for myself, and maybe that you guys may have superpowers, but I do not, and I cannot synthesize all of this in the few minutes that we've been given to do it. We need to get this right, whatever it is. It needs to be smart, strategic, not gratuitous in any part of it. We get the name Trump out of it, anything like that, because this should be nonpartisan as we can make it. I've 55 years, I've been at this one way or another, and I learned early on embracing nonviolence that you always have the hope that people can change minds. I'm talking about if we target Trump, there are people in our town that voted for him. And I don't want to completely alienate them. I want to see if maybe even if it were 4 people, 5 people that would say, wait, it's all too much. You know, I can go with this. So I think that we take those kinds of identifiers out. And I have so much more to say, but I put it off.
Our next speaker is Celia P.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to give some remarks towards this resolution. I'm definitely in favor of creating a smart resolution that really shows the values of Palo Alto. I'm a Palo Alto native, born and raised here, currently live here as a resident and work for Stanford. And this is in line with the values that I know of this town. So I encourage you to show leadership in this arena. I don't like this hiding and cowering from this administration. It's time to lead. Palo Alto has always been an innovative city. That's our history, that's in our DNA. And so let's show the country who we are as we go through this administration at every level, at every opportunity that we can to stand up for our values, we need to do that. And this resolution allows that. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Maura O.
Good evening, Mayor Lowing, Vice Mayor Vinker, City Council, and staff. My name is Maura Oman, and I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I am grateful that today's proposed resolution begins with Palo Alto values. Values are the things that are important to us and guide our action and decisions. To be honest, if you had asked me yesterday what the values of Palo Alto are, I would not have been able to list off the 6 values. Now I am grateful to know these values, not only to just know them, but to be curious about the history of the values and how we live these values and inform our actions. Knowing what the values of a whole city are helps to think about how our personal values align with the city values and how our actions impact these values. Knowing what our values are then begs the question of what action can we take to protect these values. It helps us have a conversation knowing that we have a common ground that we share, that ultimately we can come to an agreement, a compromise, and/or a collective stance with the core values as our foundation. Thank you for reminding us of the important place to begin, our shared values as Palo Altans. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Tom H.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tom Harris. I'm the pastor at First Presbyterian Church, Palo Alto. I'm also on the steering committee of Multi-Faith Voices for Peace and Justice and on the board of Stanford University Christian Campus Ministry. I speak in support of the resolution. And I just want to lift up, speaking of values, 4 values from my Christian tradition that I believe are addressed in the resolution. First, we have to treat immigrants with dignity and respect, and we have to treat them humanely. We must stand up to those who are trying to trample on human rights as they pertain to our immigrant neighbors. Second, we must advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion in our nation's workforce. The resolution I saw did have DEI in it. If you want to take DEI out, just say it. Say diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's what we support. That's what we're for, and we are against people who are against it. For far too long, white men have been unfairly advantaged, and we need to be intentional about counteracting unfair biases for white men and against women, people of color, LGBTQ people, and all sorts of other people who are not white men. Third, we must protect transgender people. The last thing we need to be doing is picking on people who are among the most vulnerable in our society. The powerful have a responsibility to protect the marginalized. And fourth, we must protect our planet. In my tradition, we call it God's creation, and we are stewards of that creation. Climate change is a global problem that needs global coordination. All 4 of these issues are advocated for in the resolution because they are specifically being attacked right now by this administration. So I hope you'll support the resolution in whatever form it finally comes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Samina S.
Assalamu alaikum. May peace be upon all of you. I want to thank all of you for taking this great gesture to do that. But I would advise you to not just be so scared of not waking up the bear. Are we going to sleep for 4 years with the bear or what? I don't understand. Islamic values are when my beloved Prophet left Mecca, where life was really difficult for him and the new Muslims. They moved to Medina. And in Medina, the people were so gracious, so hospitable, that they asked the Prophet, how do we treat these people so they feel welcome? So our Prophet told them, go home and whatever you have, divide it in half. So give half of the things that you have to these people who just came from Mecca. And life was beautiful for new immigrants. Can you imagine? Sadly, it's not practiced anywhere in the world right now. But imagine if we open our minds, hearts, souls, and arms for new immigrants. They already work very hard. They have made America what it is today. But if we welcome them, imagine how much more they could put in there. So my request to all of you would be, please, let's be polite to our president. Let's just, support him in the right things, but not just sleep through the 4 years. I would like to invite all of you. We are hosting our annual Interfaith Iftar Dinner on Sunday, March 9th. All of you are welcome, and I would ask you to invite the whole world so we can build a better community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Diana G.
Hi, I'm Diana Gibson. I realize I have been a local faith leader in this community now for over 40 years. I'm currently convener of Multi-Faith Voices for Peace and Justice, a grassroots peace organization and faith organization based in Palo Alto. I want to thank the mayor and vice mayor for bringing this important and needed resolution to the council and our community. On October 19th, Multi-Faith Voices held an inauguration eve multi-faith event gathering with over 250 people of faith and goodwill, gathering to commit to the values of diversity, respect, inclusion, justice, and the human dignity and human rights of each and every one of us. We were honored to have Councilmember Leithcoth Hames speak and the Vice Mayor in our procession and present. We came together and all of us from diverse faiths and walks of life recognized our rich and beautiful community and realized it was time for us to raise a moral voice that said no to anything that aimed to hurt the most vulnerable in our community and to harm our earth that came from this new administration, and to say yes to inclusion, to compassion, and to the common good. From that event and from my 40 years here, I can assure you that we, many faith leaders and people of faith in this community, stand to commit in solidarity with neighbors and strangers, with those different from us and those alike us, those who are being attacked. Immigrants, families who are struggling and depend on social safety nets, our LGBTQ plus siblings and their health care, the kids, our kids in schools, and our kids whose futures right now seem very precarious, those living in fear, and those of us who wake up with horror every morning.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Stand together. Please join us.
Our next speaker is Jim Kay.
Good evening. My name is Jim Kozelka, and I've lived in Palo Alto for 45 years. I strongly support this action, and I commend the city for bringing this forward. I appreciate some of the specific actions mentioned earlier. I'm going to use a broader brush. There should be no mistake about it, especially given this past Friday night massacre of the upper ranks of the U.S. Army, military. This country is careening towards authoritarianism. And we need to do everything within our means to resist this chaotic and villainous takeover. This measure is the type of rallying cry erupting all across the country. We cannot be loud enough, strong enough, or move fast enough in our opposition to the assault on the constitutional rights and processes this country is founded on. This is no time for hand-wringing, equivocation, or concerns about retribution. I appreciate your concerns around poking the bear, but you cannot negotiate or bargain with the devil or a dictator. Perhaps Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker said it best in his recent State of the State: tyranny requires your fear and your silence and your compliance. Democracy requires your courage. So gather your justice and humanity and do not let the tragic spirit of despair overcome us when our country needs us the most. We are Americans. We've resisted and defeated tyranny before. We will do it again. This is what we do. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Annette R.
Good evening. My name is Annette Ross. I've also lived here for 4+ decades. I just want to associate myself with the comments made by Winter. I think she's right. Get it right so it's the most effective it can be. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Blake O.
Thank you. It's actually Burke O. I'm Pastor Burke Owens with the First Palo Alto United Methodist Church. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you, Council, for considering this and creating this resolution. Whatever version you all cobble together, because it clearly needs to be worked on some more, will support your people. And your people are looking to you for this leadership. It's very important. We are in a very difficult times, and they won't get better anytime soon, and they won't get better unless we stand up for what we believe. So thank you for your hard work. Thank you everyone else for being here and making these good, strong statements. And please rework it and bring it back as soon as can so that we can be with you when it is approved, as I trust it will be. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram J.
Okay, so I'm at a handicap because I requested the clerk to send me all the materials on this, and I don't have all the drafts. And the clerks, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'm at a handicap there. The clerks are always beautiful with me. I'm just saying I don't have it all. And Vicky, I don't have it all, but here's what I had written, and I'll ad-lib it. The hypocrisy of the proposal that you and Ed Lowing drafted jumps right off the paper. Okay, let me go to the bottom line. You all said we're not supposed to deal with issues of foreign policy, but you did. You said, hey, we're going to rebuke that fucking Trump on the fact that he withdrew from the Paris climate accords, which I agree with, of course. But what you didn't do then, because I think you don't know it, you're being manipulated by the Zionists, okay, in this community, the Jewish lobby. Where is your call, and where is the proposal to damn the Trump administration for this proposal to ethnically cleanse Gaza? Okay, you cannot, Vicky, and I'm going to tell you this: this is your second strike, okay? Because your first strike was you took an oath, just like I did as a lawyer, to protect and defend the Constitution against all enemies, okay? All enemies, domestic, foreign and domestic. And you went ahead and smashed our First Amendment. And I've been thinking about this recently. I never pointed it out before. You quashed the First Amendment by refusing to allow the citizens to discuss the ceasefire resolution. You couldn't have done it alone, but you sure could have spoke out on it. That's a strike against you as a member of the bar. Yes, it is. Now, for you to kowtow, whether consciously or unconsciously, to the Zionists and not put a huge rebuke for what's going on in the outrageous proposal for ethnic cleansing in Gaza. And now we got the West Bank. We got a genocide going on there at the same time. So y'all got to be consistent and not be so hypocritical. And Vicky, I'm calling on you because you know how much I admire you. But you got to do the right thing. You got to go for your party to say she was great, but she never stood up against genocide. Now get with it.
Our next speaker is Nadia N.
Good evening. I wanted to thank you guys for taking this on. It's a big job, and I really appreciate you guys trying to stand up. Having served in a committee that was also Brown acted, I fully understand how difficult it is to have these conversations. And so I really wanted to encourage you. I thought that Councilmember Stone's idea of potentially doing an ad hoc and bringing this item back would really allow you guys to both kind of give your comments tonight and give some better feedback, and allow you to come back with a version that we can definitely get a 7-0 on, that doesn't also impact your big budget discussion that's important tonight as well. And I just wanted to say that having done things with, when high-speed rail was an issue at the state level, there was a time when there was a flurry of bills, and the city had to really be poised to be able to take action. And that was quite a difficult thing to do because the legislature believe it or not, when it comes to doing gut and amend bills, moves super fast. You're going to have a similar issue at this federal level. And I think it's worth taking the time to really think about what is the best makeup of whether takes 3 people to do a colleagues memo or should it go to policy and services. Those are discussions that is probably best for some ad hoc to be able to have with our city attorney and our city manager and our lobbyists and figure out what the right makeup might be able to be. And it gives you guys time to get the message exactly right and make sure that this is a 7-0 vote that I think all Palo Altans will be proud of. So thank you for that.
Our next speaker is Kristen S.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kirsten. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and I strongly support this action to protect Palo Alto's values, community, and environment, and I thank you for your leadership.
Our next speaker is Michelle H.
Thank you. Speaking up against white nationalism and fascism should not be hard, but in this moment, many are cowering, and that further emboldens the administration. While I appreciate the concern with trigger words, consider the expert on authoritarianism, Timothy Snyder. These are his words, do not obey in advance. Much of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. In times like these, individuals think ahead about what a more repressive government will want and then start to do it without being asked. You've already done this, haven't you? Stop. Anticipatory obedience teaches authorities what is possible and accelerates unfreedom. Acknowledging the important voice that the City of Palo Alto has in this moment at regional and national level is critical, especially given both our privilege and the role that tech is playing, including very powerful residents of our city. Mark Zuckerberg cannot charity watch his disgraceful complicity currently on display. While there are indeed dangers in bringing forth a resolution, it is the right thing to do and will empower other cities to push back and stand up on behalf of targeted communities. On a personal note, thank you in particular for considering taking a strong stance in solidarity with the LGBT community. The dehumanization by a complete erasure of trans people is not only painful, it is dangerous. I agree with Julie that we should include language that provides support for trans healthcare as a fundamental human right that is not negotiable in this city. I had to explain to a young person today that it would now be unwise to officially update paperwork with corrected name and gender markers. Many families are having to have the same conversations with their trans family members. This is not okay. We need to know that you have our backs. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Isma.
Good evening, Council. I'm Uzma. I've lived in Palo Alto for over 12 years now. I want to thank you, Council, for bringing forward this important resolution during uncertain and frankly frightening times for many of us. To me, the resolution is not just words on paper. It's a reaffirmation of who we are as a community. One of the parts of the resolution, when I was reading both the drafts, that really resonated with me was at the beginning, the council's disassociation with certain Silicon Valley executives who may be supporting some of Trump's troubling executive orders. Many of us work for these very companies. I myself do, and it's going to be a huge personal struggle for many Palo Alto community members who are in tech. Having said that, the issues that we're dealing with in our community, they are not abstract issues. They affect all of us. Seeing the lack of consistency, or in some ways just a complete 180 from many tech companies from the first Trump administration has really been enlightening. I know that the company I worked for, the executives and I believe back then the CEOs took a stand against the Muslim ban preemptively. And now the discourse has changed so much. right? So, this is really in our backyard. This is Silicon Valley. And so seeing this resolution is very welcome because it shows that there is a level of consistency with our city and making sure that everyone here belongs regardless of their ethnicity, their immigration status, their gender orientation. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Elliot M.
Hi, I'm Elliot Margulies. I've lived here about 39 years, and I am so pleased and supportive of this colleague's memo and looking forward to a good resolution coming out of it. I know it's a lot of hard work. You're in the vanguard, which makes it even harder, but I hope that many, many other cities start to take notice of the brave ones that stood up first and that it becomes a movement. I especially care about leaving the language about joining lawsuits because it gives it some teeth. And I do want to support the full range of values that are being maligned by the executive orders, but I want to especially point out the ones affecting immigrants because our own leaders of the county, our Board of Supervisors, have either initiated or joined a suit already when it comes to revoking citizenship for having a birthright or losing funding because you've been a sanctuary city. That's so horrible. And so I really am looking forward to those teeth in it and your bravery for moving it forward and having it see the light of day. Thank you.
Thanks to all of the public for coming tonight, but also, as I said earlier, we got a large stream of emails and phone calls. And a lot of us listened to those, and that's why you have what you have in front of you in two different drafts with a lot of similarities. So it was really important that your voices were heard by us, and I just want to assure you that they were. Bringing it back to the dais and just to structure a little bit of the conversation now, there's a place where there is a discrepancy is what sort of committee would be evaluating some of these opportunities to take them forward to potential litigation. Just basically one is the P&S, which exists, and the other is, I guess, a whole new committee of some kind, ad hoc or other. And maybe we could get some comments on that from, pluses and minuses of that from the standpoint of council members. Councilmember Vinker?
Yeah, I guess I wanted to ask a little more about that from my colleagues. The reason we suggested that this go to PNS is I did talk to the city attorney about different options that were available, and PNS often screens sort of policy things. That's why it's policy and services. But it can also meet on short notice. So the discussion, some of the comments by members of the public that there could be times where we want to act nimbly and quickly. It can call special emergency meetings on 24-hour notices, and we don't need 7 people or 4 for a quorum. And so you could get that done quickly because perhaps there's a reason it's not interesting, but we don't need all 7 of us to come together and figure that out. Clearly, we would then need to still come to council, but it seemed like a natural fit. I should just mention that we did not suggest this, but there are cities that have gone so far as to give their city attorney authority to sign on to amicus briefs as they see fit within certain guidelines. So there are people who move like this. I don't think that's a Palo Alto way. I think we like to talk and debate and think, but we thought this perhaps was a nice middle ground that would give us some more nimbleness. And what I'm not clear on here is, so in the suggestion from my colleagues, I think it's just status quo, except we need a joint request of 3 council members to request a closed session. I guess what I'm wondering is, part of it was that some of these opportunities for legal action have come through staff or through the news. And that's sort of how they can be identified and sent to PNS. And I'm wondering if there were any other thoughts about how, if we had to write a colleague's memo on this, or you could tell me a little more, since I've explicated the policy, the process we had in mind. I'm wondering if I could hear a little bit more about the process that the authors of the other proposal had in mind.
Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, so given that the memo that you had originally put forward didn't talk about what process you had in mind, we really didn't have any idea what you were thinking. It just spoke about doing things more efficiently. And so we tried to think about a mechanism to fill in that gap. I think that there might be both roles of if we were to review and update our legislative guidelines, which I think don't really speak to many of the issues that we're now facing. Most of them are state focused, but I'd have to go through them in greater detail. And so we might have a couple different mechanisms. And that's what caused me to take a step back when Councilmember Stone was talking about, okay, rather than try to hash out all the wording of reconciling these two tonight over the next hour or more, which I suspect it would take, that maybe we do need to look at whether we have one or two different mechanisms that we would use to act both efficiently and effectively. And these are important issues. I think that we on the dais here are clear that it's a false dichotomy to say that we either poke the bear or we are sleeping for 4 years. Neither of those are what we want to do. We don't want to inflict harm on our city or our most vulnerable residents. And we want to be focused and strategic and deliberate as these issues arise. So I would like to hear what Councilmember Stone has in mind specifically on how we might move forward in that regard.
Can I just ask you the one clarity question on that? When you folks suggested 3 council members, you didn't have any particular structure in mind? Was it a standing committee or an ad hoc or?
No, it would be like an abbreviated colleagues memo, because right now we don't have a way that council members can initiate closed session items on legal matters. It's not in our procedures and protocols. And so that was the concept, not a standing committee. I'm sorry, that was misunderstood. It was simply that it said 3 council members to request a closed session. And so that was intended to be on individual occasions. But I do think that each of these paths would benefit from being fleshed out better.
Okay, just to follow up on that again, just for clarity, are you seeing some downsides at first look on having PNS do it with revised legislative guidelines?
Not necessarily, but it's not that we may say that we want 2 different paths that we could take on the circumstance. And I, the notion that we'd have a quick process by needing to agendize policy and services committee, and then would it come to the full council? And so it's a 2-step, and that's not necessarily that expeditious. So in occasions where we might feel a need to act more rapidly, that may not be the best path.
can I just clarify that the idea was that we could still notice council as quickly as possible, but might be a screening with the city attorney where we don't come to council at all because maybe we don't think it's the best. So the idea was not to have to bug the full council, but I appreciate your point that it's a two-step process.
And I'll just
So there
say,
could be
I don't know that I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Councilmember Lou?
I just had a technical question on what exactly it meant to refer to the Policy and Services Committee. From the first part of that bullet, to seek council approval to bring or join lawsuits, I had actually inferred that referring to Policy and Services would potentially require full council action, but you clarified that that would not be the case. And so the referrals to Policy and Services would mainly come from staff. Is that right?
No. No, referrals come from council to the standing committee like that. And then they would have a set of guidelines about matching a particular, amicus brief with our legislative guidelines and what's happening, and would make a recommendation back to council. That would be the standard way of doing it.
Okay, so there'd be a colleague's memo saying we want to refer this to Policy and Services?
No, there wouldn't be
or
a
there'd
colleague's memo. It would just be, at some point, they could even be looking at the legislative guidelines. So
I think
But
he's
do we have
asking the
to
same
vote
question I was
to-
asking him,
Okay.
which is, so what we were contemplating was a sort of a subject matter referral. And I think the question for both is, how do they get started, right? Like, in other words, where does it come from? And if we limit it to a colleague's memo here, that could be an extra step. Whereas, I've seen some of these myself. I've also heard from staff ones that, because they get on emails where other cities are doing things. And so it would not necessarily have to be a colleague's memo each time. It would be a subject matter referral.
Okay, so there could be options where staff directly refers things to Policy and Services under this model, or there could be cases where at the direction of the entire council, we ask Policy and Services to fine tune the legal.
I think that's right, but I'd like to ask the city attorney to weigh in if we're going off road here.
No, I think it's a good question that Councilmember Lou is asking, is if a council member becomes aware of an opportunity that they would like their colleagues to consider supporting, how do they get Policy and Services to know about that and place that item on their agenda and consider it? What is the mechanism for that? I think that's a piece that hasn't been fleshed out.
Okay, Councilmember Stone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following up, Councilmember Burt, I think this is a highly complex and nuanced issue, but one of the rare ones where we all seem to be pretty aligned on kind of the big picture of what we want to see. But I don't see us being able to do the necessary wordsmithing tonight and to really dive into a lot of the detail and nuance that's going to be necessary to make some sort of new procedure that we're going to be able to address these things. So my thinking earlier was to create an ad hoc that could be a balance of kind of the two groups that created the two resolutions, or maybe it's a representative from each, and then Councilmember Lou or Councilmember Lithcott-Ames. I mean, however we think that should be best structured. But I think there's enough guidance right now. Like, we heard a lot from the public tonight. We've received a lot of guidance from each other about what it is that we really want to see. I think that's where the better discussion can be had within that ad hoc. And I'm happy to make a motion if you're ready for that, or.
Well, we don't even need a motion, but I'm happy to take a motion. So let me just comment that obviously, because of this Brown Act, neither one of us was able to see the other resolution. I'm delighted that they're so close, and that was my hope. And I think unanimity on something like this is really important, as you said earlier. But for a couple of weeks now and tonight, the public wants this as well. So I think we can get the right outcome, and I think that this ad hoc is a great way to go. And since you raised your hand and gave the suggestion, guess who I might pick first? But I'm happy to get a motion on it to see if that's the consent of the council.
I'm happy to move that. I like the idea as well. I think that because I think it would be good to have members of the ad hoc that, at least one from each memo, so to speak, or draft. I think generally there's, while subject matter areas are similar in these, that the conversation that can be had is how do we strike this balance? And what is the real metaphor with this darn bear? It's poking the bear assumes that the bear is sleeping. I think the bear's taken a couple of bites, a couple of swipes. I think we're already having a bear at us. So I think but that's a conversation to have, and I'm eager to have that. And I think we have to figure out where the balance is between bravery and practicality. And there's no obvious answer. There's no right or wrong. These are on kind of slightly different tones with respect to that, but I do think that an ad hoc is the place where we can reconcile that. I had a couple of questions, but I think I'll hold because partly I wanted to understand some of the reasons certain language was changed or things were omitted in the other draft, but I think that could be held for an ad hoc conversation.
Are you seconding?
I'll second.
Okay. Do we have any more discussion on that? Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote.
We don't have a motion yet.
We have it. It's just not up on the screen.
I apologize if I swapped around who moved it and who seconded it.
Vice Mayor Vinker made the motion. I seconded.
Are you trying to write it or do you want some help?
Is there more that you would like me to write to the motion?
Lost the word moved.
I know. Okay, great.
All right, Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think we need to come back quickly. So like by next week. If possible, put that deadline on there. And if not, then we'll get that report. Okay. Councilman Rectal.
Yeah, I should mention this now because of Brown Act, is that both these, Councilmember Burt talked about having two routes through, and I think that makes sense to have two routes. If we're not under time pressure, then we can go through policy and services and take our time and they can, but if we want to fast, I think going directly to a closed session is the right answer because then the council can decide right then, and there's not a two-step process. But both those have Brown Act issues. If you go through policy and services, if I'm not on policy and services, how do I get it on? And our attorney mentioned that already. But if we now have a threshold of 3 to trigger a closed session, if two people talk and then they ask a third and the third person says, no, I don't want to do it, they're stuck with the Brown Act and they can't get a third now because they've already talked to 3 people. So I think we probably want to lower it to 2 to avoid getting in a corner with Brown Act. But that's something that the ad hoc should digest and figure out the best way to make sure that all these proposals are efficient with respect to the Brown Act.
Okay, if there are not any more questions on this issue, we're going to move on with this issue. But before we do that, that is 20 to, did you have a comment?
I just
Councilmember?
wanted to comment that I wanted to thank all of you who took the time to come here tonight because there's quite a bit of you. And I know we didn't get to our final thing, but I just wanted to say thank you before we moved on.
Okay, we skipped our break to get onto this item, so we need to do our break now and get a little dinner break for about 15 minutes. So we'll come back about 5 till 8. Thank you. our meeting with the next agenda item. And the next agenda item is a review of our mid-year budget 2025. So we'll start with that and we'll go to a staff report. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Lauren Lai, Chief Financial Officer. Tonight, you're going to receive the fiscal 25 mid-year report. And typically, this is an informational report on our financial position about the midpoint through the year. Most of the budgetary adjustments in the mid-year report are typically technical in nature, and very few of them are funding appropriations or funding recommendations. Those usually only come to you if they are urgent and imperative and cannot wait for the next budget cycle. So tonight you'll see there's an emphasis on Fire Station 4, which Budget Manager Paul Harper will speak to. In addition, we're also going to highlight that the sales tax revenue is coming in lower than estimated. And important to note is that is the second largest revenue source for the general fund. In context, the adopted budget for fiscal 25 had a general fund deficit of about $6 million. And the long-range financial forecast has a projected general fund deficit of about $12 million. And now that's not contending with any service enhancements or any impacts from the new federal administration. I think with that, I also want to thank the budget staff who's contributed to this report and also participating virtually. And with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Paul Harper. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lai. If we can go to the next slide, please. Again, Paul Harper, Budget Manager with the Office of Management and Budget. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. So this slide, we're looking at an overview of the mid-year report. Expenses are tracking higher than they were in fiscal year 2024, but they are still within budgeted levels through the end of the second quarter. Revenues are tracking in alignment with the 2026 through 2035 long-range financial forecast, or LRFF. That is to say that revenues overall are tracking in line with the fiscal year 25 budget. However, adjustments to some of the major tax revenue categories are needed, such as a reduction to sales tax, as Director Lai mentioned. These are partially offset by increases in documentary transfer, utility users, and transient occupancy taxes. Citywide vacancy levels at the end of the second quarter were around 11.5% compared to 13% last year. And at a high level, this report recommends a net addition of 1 FTE across the city while addressing urgent needs for staffing at a fire engine at Station 4, repairs to storm and irrigation pumps at the golf course, increased customer support staffing at the Junior Museum and Zoo, or JMZ, and enhanced cleaning services for University Avenue and California Avenue. This report also reserves one-time funds in the uncertainty reserve to address near-term deficits identified in the LRFF. Next slide. So this report will add a fire engine to the current ambulance at Fire Station 4, adding a shift position on overtime to cover 3 shifts 24/7 and activate cross-staffing at Fire Station 4 through the end of fiscal year 2025 will allow the city to use existing resources for a near-term solution starting within the next 30 to 60 days. This model is consistent with pre-pandemic staffing levels at Fire Station 4. We will also be putting one of the 2 reserve engines into service to accomplish this. Staff will return to the Finance Committee in April to evaluate mid and long-term fire services and staffing in order to incorporate these solutions into the fiscal year 2026 budget process. Staff will also be evaluating the purchase of a fire engine to maintain the city's fleet. Next slide. So this slide is focused on the actions in the general fund that have impacts to the Budget Stabilization Reserve, or BSR. Other actions that have net zero impacts to the fund can be found in the attachment A of the report. Overall, the impacts reduced the BSR by 9.1 million. However, 8.9 million of this is from funding above the council's BSR target in fiscal year 2024 that was approved by the council to be used for the uncertainty reserve, about 5.9 million, and the capital improvement fund of 3 million for a total of 8.9 as part of the approval of the fiscal year 24 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or ACFR. The remaining 0.2 million is a combination of increased operating revenues to align with current trends, offset by expense increases for urgent needs and technical adjustments, as well as reduced major tax revenue. Next slide. So this slide is focusing on 2 of the reserves in the general fund.
the BSR, the Budget Stabilization Reserve, and the Uncertainty Reserve. As of January 2025, the BSR was at 63.1 million, and the actions in this report will bring it down to 54.0 million, which is about 0.4 million below council's 18.5% target level of 54.4 million. The Uncertainty Reserve had funding of 6.1 million remaining at the end of fiscal year 2024, and none of the funding has been used in fiscal year 2025. Actions in this report will increase this reserve to 12 million to address the deficits identified in the LRFF of 12 million in fiscal year 2026. However, it does not address the forecasted 7.9 million deficit in fiscal year 2027. Next slide. We're looking now at the other funds that are impacted in the mid-year report. The enterprise funds, the electric fund, there's a technical adjustment to align allocation of electricity usage across city departments and funds that was misallocated as part of the fiscal year 25 adopted budget. There's also a reclassification from a contracts administrator position to a senior buyer position to help with large capital projects purchasing needs in the utility department. In the internal service funds and the general benefits fund, there's a technical refund of allocated charges to non-general fund funds to align with the refund to the general fund in the fiscal year 25 adopted budget. There's also an increase in the general liabilities fund to cover increased costs for property insurance premiums. Finally, in special revenue funds, funding is allocated for enhanced services such as pressure washing frequency and cleaning trash cans at University Avenue and California Avenue. And the gas tax fund has a slight reduction of approximately $100,000 that impacts the street maintenance capital project. In terms of timelines and next steps, in March and April, the Utilities Advisory Commission and the Finance Committee will review the utility financial plans and recommended rates for fiscal year 2026. Finance Committee is also reviewing the Planning and Development Services fee study, the citywide municipal fee study, and continuing the fire services discussion from fall 2024. In May, the fiscal year 2026 proposed operating and capital budgets will be released, and the Finance Committee will have their budget hearings to review the budgets and make adjustments before council adoption. In June, the fiscal year 25 third quarter fiscal analysis report is released, and council adopts the fiscal year 2026 operating and capital budgets, along with utility rates and municipal fees for 2026. Lastly, we have the recommended action for this evening. Staff recommends that the City Council approve amendments to the fiscal year 2025 budget appropriation for various funds and various capital projects as identified in Attachment A, Exhibit 1 and 2. This requires a supermajority or 2/3 approval. Approve amendments to the fiscal year 2025 table of organization consistent with the budget amendments in Attachment A, adding 1 FTE senior buyer and 1 FTE program assistant and eliminating 1 FTE contract administrator, and authorizing an overstrength 1 FTE fire captain position. With that, that concludes our presentation, and staff is here for questions.
Okay, that's exactly where I'd like to go, is just address overall questions about what's presented and in the numbers that we've read as a first round before we go to public comments, so we can surface anything that might be on the public's mind as well. So, lights. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. First, I wanted to just support kind of the way the staff has framed this, that we basically have a slightly better position than we did a year ago, but we still have a forecasted deficit going forward, and we'll have to watch the budget carefully. Our vacancies are now down to 11.5%, which in many ways is a very positive thing. But the surpluses that we typically have at the end of the year are because we try to be slightly conservative on revenues. And then we typically don't have we have a higher vacancy than was projected in the budget. The differences between the vacancy level that we have and the dollars saved by not filling the positions that we authorized and what and our budget, goes to kind of three different things. In some cases, it goes to overtime, especially in public safety. It goes to outside services if we weren't able to hire the person in the development center for plan checking or whatever. And it goes into the surpluses that we've had. This last year, we had 8.9 million, better than we projected. But that we were hoping we would have something like that. And we needed that in order to begin to fill the FY26 and FY27 shortages. So the bottom line is we don't have a lot of wiggle room. We've done well, but we were more aggressive in our restoration of staffing than might ordinarily be the case. And I wanted to ask maybe Chief Blackshire if he could refresh for us, because since 2021, when we hit a bottom on both police and fire staffing, we've been restoring positions. And just give us a high-level overview of where we are now, where we were, where we are now. And then secondly, if you could just clarify for us on Station 4, which we have in this budget, the adding back a truck and having cross-staffing. But what was the historic service at Station 4? We have how many beds there historically? What did we have there in terms of vehicles, and how that compares to now?
Good evening, Gio Blackshire, Fire Chief, Palo Alto. Just confirm what you're asking. So first, you want to talk about the fire station and what it accommodated based on apparatus and personnel?
Take it in either order. So the current station, my understanding, it has 3 beds.
It can accommodate. It has 4 beds, but it's for 3. It can accommodate 3 personnel to staff and apparatus there.
And historically, before we had the cross-staffing that we then lost and only went to an ambulance.
Correct.
But before that, what did we have there in vehicles?
1 fire engine. Before we cross-staffed, it was 1 fire engine with 3 personnel.
So we did not have an ambulance out of that station.
Pre-cross-staff, you're correct.
That's right. So going forward with this adjustment, we would have a truck and an ambulance, but with 1 crew.
We would have 1 fire engine, 1 ambulance with 3 personnel staffing.
Got it.
Yes.
And then the restoration of overall fire department positions since I think 2021 was our bottom there. What have we come back from, and where are we now?
Okay, so we had originally were going to eliminate the 5 positions due to COVID. And then we were awarded a grant, a SAFER grant, which gave us the money to maintain those positions. But to supplement that, we had to brown out one of our fire engines. And the model was that we browned out Fire Station 2, which was in College Terrace. And that meant that whenever enough personnel didn't come to work in the evenings and on weekends, we would take that station out of service, so it would be blacked out. So a year into it, in 21, I believe it was August of 21, we set goals to improve the system. And so by doing that, we wanted a fire resource in every fire station, but we couldn't have obviously an engine because we didn't have the personnel. So we decided to put a 2-person squad, which doesn't have water, but it was an air and light unit at Fire Station 2. We had an ambulance at Fire Station 2. And then at Fire Station 4, we put an ambulance, and we didn't have the engine there anymore. And we got rid of cross-staffing. So that was one of the goals. We wanted a fire unit in every station, wanted to eliminate cross-staffing and eliminate the brownout at Fire Station 2. And we accomplished all 3 of those with the way we deploy now.
Thank you. And when we had discussion at the Finance Committee in the fall, this was the next thing we were talking about, is how do we address our next step in staffing? And there were really 2 models that we were struggling with, and that will come up in this budget cycle. But then the last thing I want to bring up is there was mention of the, in the upcoming budget cycle, looking at purchasing the replacement water truck, because we're going to be taking one of our two reserve trucks, which is these trucks go down for maintenance often, and they're what's used in the strike force, and we'd be down to one truck. And so my question really is, given that they're long lead times, my understanding is that the diesel trucks that cost 1.2 million or thereabouts are now at about a 2-year lead time, if that's, I think, what I was told. And the hybrid trucks, which we were looking at doing, it costs about 1.8 million, but that was our intention. It was to go that direction. They're about 1.8 million, but they're only maybe a year lead time or so. And I think the one question that I'd be interested in us all discussing tonight is, given the long lead time and given that we're going to need to replace that truck, should we place the order now? I don't think staff can explain, but I would assume it doesn't go in the FY25 budget because we're not going to get billed for it when we place the order. I don't know how that accrued accounting versus cash accounting or goes on that. But if we place the order now under an expectation we'll receive it in toward the end of FY26, wouldn't it be wise to place the order sooner rather than later?
If I might, Mayor and Councilmember Burt.
Go ahead.
Fire Chief and actually Public Works Director may want to provide some additional information on where we are with the fleet acquisition.
Chief, sure. And I did want to end that on the current fiscal year, council approved to add the 3 FTEs that put the fire engine at Fire Station 2 and College Terrace back in service. So the last engine we are trying to get back in service is the one at Station 4. In regards to the timing of the apparatus, to get a diesel engine, if we ordered it today, it would be about a 4-year reflex time to get that in service. The hybrid, on the other hand, is closer to 2 years. But that's the 1.8 versus the 1.2.
Okay, it's worse than I thought on the lead time.
And if you want to talk about it,
Brad Eggleston, Public Works Director. And if I could just add to that, those are precisely the numbers on lead times we've been talking about for these engines. However, the current fiscal year's capital program does include a Pierce Volterra hybrid engine. And we're in the midst of finalizing the specifications to place that order. And our placeholder in the capital plan, which still needs to be evaluated for fiscal year 26, but what we're looking at so far is an additional Pierce Volterra replacement for next year. So while there's multiple options that we'll be discussing with the fire department about how to get back to having 2 reserve engines, the simplest way may be that when we get this, the one we're ordering now, we just place the one it replaces in reserve instead of auctioning it off. And perhaps it'll have a little more miles on it than we would typically want. But we are planning so far to be, placing an order this year and next year for new engines.
Oh, good. So then what I was describing sounds like it's already the intention. I think it'd be good if we were clear to the public that we're going forward with that. And the concept then is that the reserve truck may be an older truck, but it's not going to get the wear and tear of an active truck, and we can maybe stretch its life a little bit. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll continue the questions on the fire engine District 4. So can staff clarify how much would it cost to fully staff a fire engine in District 4?
Are you referring with cross-staffing?
No, not the cross-staffing model, but if we were to do the fully staff, I guess, is that 2 or 3 crews?
just to confirm, you're talking about if we were to use firefighters to hire enough firefighters to staff that engine?
Yes.
So that'd be 10 firefighters. I don't have the exact number, but it would be in the neighborhood of, I believe, 2.5 to 2.7 million.
Okay.
Well, actually, I think our estimates were as high as 4. So I think there's some variability, 4 million that is, annually. So I think there's some variability on that cost estimate, in addition to the time required to recruit, train, and onboard additional firefighters, which has been estimated, I believe, at a year.
Yeah. And that'll be, I think, the extra, also the 12-hour ambulance. We talked about a peak hour ambulance as well when we presented that. So I would double check my numbers, but that is in the neighborhood of.
And since we're on that topic, and again, with the broad question of what it would take to add a fire engine, I believe based upon the current Station 4 capacity and also anticipated for the temporary Station 4 when under construction, I believe the assumption would be that the ambulance would need to be relocated to a different station, because both apparatus could not be operated out of the Station 4 until the new Station 4 is constructed.
Right. Okay. Well, hopefully we can get some clarity on the number, because that's a pretty big range on the ongoing costs. Okay, so then back to this timeline. If it'll take 1 to 2 months to be able to implement the cross staffing model at Station 4, as the staff report said, how long do we anticipate then implementing full staffing there? If we were, I mean, if then we have to go through, if the new firefighters have to go through the academy, I mean, what's that timeline looking like?
It would be about a year. So if we were given a green light to start now the process with recruitment, application, hiring process, or interviews, hiring, physical background, academy, et cetera, it'd be about January of 26 till they're actually online.
Okay. And I wonder, have you kind of talked with staff to better understand then what are those short-term cost implications if we were to move in that direction for the purposes of this mid-year budget cycle? Because then I would imagine it would not all have to be paid at that time, at this time, is my guess.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, could you describe that scenario again and what that would mean in the short term?
Meaning, so we're dealing with our mid-year budget cycle right now to kind of close out the gap until July. If it's a long lead time to be able to get that full staffing, what are the cost implications for this current budget cycle if we were to move in that direction? Is it kind of similar to what Councilmember Burt was talking about as far as long lead time for a fire engine? Seems like a long lead time as well to be able to get the personnel in there and to see what can be done now to start moving us in that direction, and curious then the fiscal impacts on this budget.
So let me take a crack at it, and staff can redirect as needed. If the council were to say you want to pursue those, let's say the 10 firefighters that the fire chief described, a couple of things in terms of budget. First off, and if you were to do it now, if we were to move in that direction, again, immediately from the perspective of staffing up, and in order to have an additional engine plus the ambulance in operations, the near-term strategy would be overtime. And fire chief can describe this in specifically, but I think there is some question as to whether that is feasible with the existing staffing to provide the level or the simply the hours and shifts of overtime necessary to have that additional 10 personnel on duty, again, immediately, presumably within the next few months. So that's one issue. The other issue is if, as a part of this mid-year, the city council were to say, we want you to go and start the recruitment process and basically assume an additional 10 personnel in the fire department, I can tell you that the $12 million deficit that the finance director pointed out will grow significantly by that. Again, we use the range of $3 to $4 million annually. I will tell you that given or presuming a projected deficit of 12 to, again, now would be $16 million deficit for the next fiscal year, I would be bringing to you as part of your proposed budget cuts in other departments in order to accommodate that level of investment, additional investment in the fire department.
See, I'm over time, so I'll hold on to those my questions for after public comment.
Councilmember Lithia Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just pick up the thread and ask if we could have a little bit more information on what I believe are called the single role people who are currently working for ambulance services elsewhere, might be interested in working for the city. I'm just interested in, I understand that it potentially comes at a cost savings for us. And I'm wondering if we could get the comparison between bringing those folks on board at the 10 FTE staffing level versus what you guys were just talking about, which was hiring firefighters for that.
Good evening. So the single role model is a proposal that we put before the Finance Committee in November of last year. And that was one of the options that we presented. And the concept behind that would be to hire civilians to staff our ambulances. And the firefighters that are currently on our ambulance would transfer to the fire engine. So it'd be hiring more personnel, but at a lower rate. It's about 30% less to hire the amount of civilians that we would need to run our ambulances. So that's very short, the short of it. And that would take, it would take some time to start the program up, figure out what we need. There's some negotiations that would have to happen with labor. So it's going to take more time to run that. It's like a new division almost to run that single role division in EMS. Cost-wise, it's, the ramp up that we had, it was a phase-in plan, so it wasn't all at once. But it would be about in the same neighborhood, about $2.5 million.
And so we're hearing that would be in the range of 2.5 million, whereas to go the full 10 FTE firefighter staff, you are saying an additional 4 million annually. What is the line item that we're currently looking at for Station 4 personnel? I just can't find it quickly. I'm trying to compare these these higher costs with what is currently in the mid-year adjustment.
What's in the mid-year adjustment is overtime for the balance of the year. So activating within 30 to 60 days, 3 personnel to complete the 3-person staffing for 3 shifts.
At a cost of $300,000 for the remainder of this fiscal year and estimated $1 million annually.
And is overtime a sustainable method for providing the coverage we need just in terms of staff stamina and morale and so forth?
And you're referring to what's in the current proposal for the 1 overtime per shift to put that back in service for the cross staffing? Or are you talking about overtime to fully staff that engine and keep the current ambulance in service with firefighters?
I think I'm talking about the latter.
So if we were to have 3 overtime positions per shift to fully staff that engine, in my opinion, I don't think that is a sustainable model considering the impacts to staffing. What happens is if we don't have enough people come in for work and not enough people sign up for overtime, we have what's called mandatory overtime, which means the firefighter is told they want to go home, they can't go home, they have to stay and work. And so the numbers 3 per shift would be impactful and not sustainable. And even with that, if we were to get to that model by the time the summer came, considering we fill Fire Station 8 with overtime, and then it would be fire engine at Station 4 with overtime, and then considering additional overtime, which would be vacation, potential sick leave, family leave, workers' comp, and then there's also with that type of impact, we would likely have to pull out even strike team responses because it would just be very impactful, particularly in the summer months. But in my opinion, 3 additional overtime positions per shift would be adversely impactful to our staffing.
Thank you, Chief. I have one last question having nothing to do with the fire station. I'm delighted to see that our suggestion that the enhanced cleaning in the downtowns make it into the mid-year. I see it mentioned in the staff report, but I could not find it in attachment A. I'm wondering if Paul or someone who's online will be able to just point me in the direction of where it is on here. I know it's a special revenue fund and I just couldn't locate it. So
Scrolling there 1 second. California Avenue is going to be on packet page 165. And University Avenue is on 166.
this is attachment A, exhibit 1.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at printouts from home.
Yes.
As opposed to packet page. Okay, say those packet pages again and I'll find them.
165 and 166.
Okay, thank you so much. That's it for me.
Councilmember Lou.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple of specific questions about how quote unquote fully staffing Fire Station 4 could actually work. Just to confirm, what is the expected date where completion will or construction will finish for Fire Station 4? Has that changed at all? Yeah.
Brad Eggleston again, the current plan is to award a construction contract before the council's break this summer. And if we're able to stay on that schedule, then we're anticipating early 2027 for completion of the station.
Thank you. I think in a discussion of fully staffed, or in a brief mention of fully staffing Fire Station 4 earlier, I think someone mentioned that we would likely put a fire engine in Station 4, in the temporary Station 4, and then put a ambulance, I forget which station, nearby. Can whoever made that point elaborate a little bit about the logic there, or why you wouldn't put an ambulance in Fire Station 4 and a fire engine in the other location? I know this is a somewhat rhetorical question, but I just want to get that logic.
Sure, thank you, Councilmember. I was the one who brought it up. It's really a bed capacity issue. With that said, I don't want to exhaust my ability to describe it. So Chief Fletcher, could you speak to why the engine would be at 4 and not the ambulance?
Sure. So the case I believe Mr. Shikata was speaking of is that if we were to fully staff the engine and the current ambulance right now, there isn't enough capacity at the fire station nor the temporary fire station to do both. So what we would do is put the fire engine at either the station, the current station, or the temporary, but the ambulance would have to go elsewhere because the facilities cannot accommodate 5 personnel. However, the new fire station that will be completed in 2027 will be able to accommodate 5 personnel, and the goal would be able to, have the potential to have an engine and an ambulance at that fire station. But right now, it's either one or the other. In the case of cross-staffing, it would be both, depending on the call type of the emergency.
Given that medical calls are many, many factors more than fire-related calls, why would you not want an ambulance in Fire Station 4 to reach people who potentially need help sooner?
So,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's an interesting question. So,
we're in this bind if we were to, in that sense, if we were to fully staff.
It's accurate. It's actually a good question, and we're going to probably talk about this concept of how the system works. Multiple, this will come up again, which is appropriate for the conversation. So when we looked at that neighborhood, we found that 73% of the calls in that neighborhood are emergency medical services. Structure fires were 0.1%, and fire-related calls, which could be, dumpster fire, like smaller fire-related calls, were 1%. So currently we have an ambulance there. It's a transport unit, but mind you, that ambulance is available. It's a citywide resource. So again, it just doesn't serve that particular neighborhood. Same thing with the one at Fire Station 1 downtown or Fire Station 2, which is in College Terrace. So the way the system works is that you'll probably wonder why there's more engines and ambulances, because the engine does that initial intervention. They'll get to the call, they'll do the assessment, stabilize the patient as much as possible. By the time the ambulance gets there, they do a transfer of care. The ambulance takes that patient to the hospital, and then that engine is available again to run calls. So they both can run medical calls, but in different capacities. The engine is available more often than, depending on where that engine is located, more frequently or more often than the ambulance. However, they both can respond to medical calls. So that's kind of how the system works. And that's why generally you'll find more engines than ambulances, because it's just the way to run those calls and prepare them for transport.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I was going to ask a couple of non-fire station questions as well. So the first one is on the sales tax, and you said that was auto related. Any projections on that? Two newly developing items are one that theoretically we're hearing that Magnuson might move out of our town. I don't know if that's official, and I don't know if we have a date. But then we also had Mercedes turn on their open date, and they're open. Have you done any sort of guesstimate of what those two factors are going to give us?
Yes, and I'm going to refer to our revenues manager, Taryn, who's online, who can speak to that.
Good evening. My name is Taryn Narayan, Manager of Treasury, Debt and Investments. Yes, we did look at both analysis. As you mentioned, Mercedes-Benz is operational now, and the potential leaving of the Toyota will be several years down the road, if not longer, for them to, basically they have to build a site in Mountain View. So that may take them several years to do. So the two are not going to overlap. It's going to, due to confidentiality issue, we typically don't mention specific dollar amounts related to each of them. But the Toyota is much less is generating about half the revenues than we estimate that Mercedes-Benz will do when they are fully operational over a 1 year period. So one is going to give us more revenues immediately, while the other one, potential loss, will be years down the road.
Great. That's exactly the analysis I was hoping that we had done. And then the other angle that you put in the staff report was basically that just, car sales were down because of the financial environments. And there's no way to predict how that's going to come out. So we're being conservative.
Correct. It's based on actual trends. We're actually seeing declines in both the auto sector and the leasing sector.
Yeah.
And based on our consultants, we forecast that that'll continue.
Okay. I have a question also on the JMZ issue here. We're hearing tonight about very realistic possibilities of very high deficits. So I'm very reluctant to be adding fixed costs, FTEs. And that's one point relative to the request for one more, I think it's customer service agent. And secondly, the last time I saw the vacancy report, I think there was still at least one vacancy not filled in the JMZ. So it just feels uncomfortable to add a full-time fixed cost while we already appropriated something in June and it's not filled yet. Can you address that?
Sure. I believe Director O'Kane is online.
Good evening, council members. Kristen O'Kane, Community Services. So the other position that was approved back in June has been filled, and that person is really focused on working at the front desk and doing direct customer service. The second position would be focused on getting rentals and birthday parties secured. I will say that our vacancy rate in our department has dropped significantly. We've really caught up on our vacancies, and all of the others that you might see with the JMZ offers have been made for those positions. So we're very close to getting those filled.
So, but even though you're close to getting all those filled, which means you don't have a productivity read on that yet, this is different enough that we need a whole different person?
Yes, right now we're not doing many rentals, if at all, and not doing birthday parties, which are a revenue stream for the JMZ, because we just don't have the staff to do that. This position would be doing that and also be helping with guest services.
Okay, and while you're at it, can you comment on revenues relative to budget?
Sure. So our revenues have increased. They're higher than they were at this time last year. Part of that is likely due to the increased ticket price that was implemented, although that didn't start till October. So it's only been in place for a few months, but we are seeing higher revenues than we did this time last year.
Meaning more visitors? It's more visitors instead of higher ticket prices?
It's a combination.
Okay, but you had a revenue forecast in the budget. Are you hitting or exceeding that?
We are not exceeding that at the moment.
Okay.
And Mayor, if I might add one additional comment, since members of the public may be listening and perhaps wondering, one program assistant in this case and a fire captain position in another case. As an order of magnitude, I think worth noting that this program assistant net cost is roughly 1/10 the cost of the fire captain position that we're discussing. And again, that's a position over 3 shifts, so it's not exactly apples to apples, but in terms of the budget impact.
Yeah, that's very valuable to point that out to the public. Councilmember Rectal?
Can you go to slide 5? I want to ask about the interplay between the BSR and the uncertainty reserve. So for example, the BSR, instead of, we have a target of 54.4, in the upper right, we have a target of 54.4, and we've chosen to go to 54. Why didn't we pull a little more out of the uncertainty reserve and make that exactly what our target is? How are we deciding what goes where between those two reserves?
So the amount that's in the uncertainty reserve is basically the action taken by council when we presented the fiscal 24 AFR, the audited report. So in that report, we had shared with council the fund balance and also the recommendation. So technically, we're bringing forward the budget adjustment from that council direction. So we just aligned it with council direction back then. Does that make sense? So we could have modified it. We just chose to leave uncertainty reserve as council acted on it in December. With that said, also it's important to note there that the 12 million in the uncertainty reserve was really earmarked towards fiscal 26's deficit. As Councilmember Burt had mentioned before, the interplay between BSR and uncertainty reserve is a little bit of flex, right? So uncertainty reserve helps us balance the budget. And so we try to stay within that target band of 15 to 20%. It's not a precise science. And we try to use uncertainty reserve as a financing strategy during these periods where the gap exists.
Okay, and eventually the uncertainty reserve is going to be used up and then we just mothball that, correct?
Yes.
And so we have 12 million in it. I'm a little nervous. What happens when we run out?
We are as well. We are absolutely worried as well. In fiscal 27, the forecasted deficit is 7.9 million. We've been transparent in that the current strategy at play right now is utilizing uncertainty reserve for the 12. As the city manager mentioned, as we enhance services and increase appropriations, we will be put in a position to bring forward cuts in services and or changes in policies and programs that you have set forth.
And these values in the lower right, that assumes cross-staffing at Station 4.
Lower right being the 12 million in blue?
Yeah.
It doesn't include it at all.
Doesn't include any cross-staffing?
No.
So if cross-staffing increases that?
$1 million.
Okay, and if we then want to fully fund it, we add another 4 million on top of that?
About 3 to 4 million, depending on what we add on to the staffing, yes.
Oh my, okay.
Oh my, yes.
Yeah. And so can you pull up packet page 173, please. And so we have, look at the top part there in table 3. I'm not sure if you can zoom in at all. So I'm nervous that we're running these future deficits, and that doesn't include any contingencies for the economy going bad and sales tax deteriorating further. So we have these vacancies. How many of these vacancies are we actively intervening for?
I know that the HR director is online. I'm not sure if she has the information. Director Blanche.
Good evening, Council. We're currently actively recruiting for most positions. I would need a little time to give you exact numbers.
I don't need an exact
can
number,
come
but
back with that.
The answer is that most of these are actively being pursued. And I guess the question for staff is, should we be pursuing all these positions? Because the old joke is that economists have predicted 9 of the last 5 recessions, right? People are always more nervous than it ends up being, but still, we do have recessions. And if a recession does occur and we lose sales tax even further, we may be laying people off. And I'd much rather not hire someone than lay someone off.
To your point, Councilmember, I think it's fair to say that a escalation of actions to be taken in a situation of a weakening economy would be a hiring freeze as a very first step. We have not at this point implemented that, but again, depending on your direction tonight, as well as how the forecast continues to shape up heading into the upcoming budget discussions, that could be an option.
And what's difficult is, I know what a firefighter does, so I can kind of guess their value to the community. And people in human resources, they add value. And so I just can't say this is wasted money. And so I can't really judge. If I had to cut positions, do I hold off hiring firefighters? Do I hold off human resource people? It doesn't seem like we're talking apples and oranges here.
Yes, and unfortunately, again, thankfully, we haven't been in this situation for a number of years, but when the time comes, those value judgments need to be made in terms of both not proceeding with hiring, again, through a hiring freeze, or to different degrees, hiring freeze with some exemptions. And then those are tackled on a case-by-case basis versus actual reductions, which again would be a source of discussion in the May timeframe for your annual budget.
But should we be proactive and maybe freezing some of these positions now just to give us more flexibility, so that if we hire anyone now, I don't want to lay them off in 6 months.
Understood. And at this point, we're not in a position to, or I'm not in a position to suggest that we should do a hiring freeze. Again, depending on your direction tonight, I would suggest that our next decision point for actions along those lines would be in this May timeframe when you're considering your upcoming fiscal year budget.
Okay. I guess my concern is that by that time these positions may be filled, and now our problem becomes much harder to solve.
Well, many of these will be filled, others will come open. So there is something of a ongoing churn with hires as well as separations.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Baker.
Thank you. I just have a couple of minor questions at this point, having listened to this helpful conversation. One is just back to the mayor's question about the JMZ position. My memory, a little fuzzy at this point, was that that particular position with the parties and the whatever was hoping to generate enough revenue, I think, to pay for itself and more. Is that the hope? And if so, is that reflected in go forward budgets?
Director O'Kane.
The revenue estimate for facility rentals that position would bring in would actually exceed the cost of the position itself.
Yeah, thank you. That was my memory, and I understand there would be a lag and all of that, but I think in the long run, that's a positive thing, so we can be less concerned about that particular hire. And then just a minor question, but I'm a little fuzzy from my year on finance helped me follow the strategies in here, but I'm forgetting some of the specifics. There's a mention in here about, I think it's on packet page 143, for the, about the, that's the same, it's in the same paragraph with the golf course, and with the JMZ. It's about the golf course, talking about repairs. It's a small dollar amount, but why, I know there's an enterprise fund, I believe, for the golf course. Is that, no, there's not. I'm getting, okay, so that answers that question. So it doesn't have a separate fund. Okay, then there's also the mention of reclassifying the one FTE from a vacant contracts administrator position into a senior buyer in the utilities department, and talks about an associated expense reduction, but won't that just move to hit the utilities department budget or some other, like it doesn't go away, right? So what happens to that?
Thank you, Councilmember Paul Harper. So the fund, you're right, it does not go away. It is a savings across the city. So utilities will be paying more of their share of that. However, this position is intended to be doing work strictly for utilities capital work. And so it more closely aligns with that funding source than the general fund.
Yeah, it makes good sense. And I understand the separate budgets there, but I think it's just to clarify, it's kind of maybe a more appropriate alignment of expenses as opposed to an absolute reduction. So understood. And then I just wanted to note that I took note of the recommendation for funding with respect to the Gang Road safe parking coming in a future staff report. And I just wanted to mention, I look forward to that and thank you.
Okay, I think we've done a whole round. Did you have something pretty quick? No? Okay, great. So I'd like to go to public comment now on all budget issues.
We have 13 requests to speak. Would you like 2 minutes or 3
Yes,
minutes?
that's exactly where I was going. And as everyone knows, on some of these items, including Fire Station 4, we've gotten, a lot of personal comments, and we had listening sessions and other emails. So again, as I said to the last time, if you can say just what he said is what I want to say, that will save us some time, but you're welcome to speak your 2 minutes as well.
Our first speaker is Troy J.
Do you mind if I start talking? I might be able to answer your question.
Can you go to the mic, please?
Before I start really talking here, Councilmember Luke, do you mind if I address your question earlier without the time? Okay. So I'm just on top of him here, Fire Station 4. Kind of the big problem is the city isn't really proposing an actual solution that's going to work. Starting off the top of the bat, going back 2015, the last time city did cross-staffing, department lost about 20 firefighters. And even tonight, I got a buddy in the department still, they might lose another 10 if you do that. So just something, if you're talking about staffing, might be an issue. On top of that, Palo Fire Department statistically, looking at the county's report, it's one of the most busy departments per capita. And yet, even compared to our next door neighbor, Mountain View Fire, we have longer response times and less firefighters. I don't know how that makes sense, but I guess it does. On top of that, looking at the city manager's estimate, we're talking about what, 0.4% of the city's overall budget for public safety. I mean, as someone who's lived in this city for 27 years, I like to think that the city has my back. I call 911, and this support from the city council is really starting to make me question that. You know, firefighters, including the firefighter staff, the engine, they're both paramedics and EMTs most of the time. So having that fire engine close by means that when someone's heart stops, when something happens, when a kid drowns at the YMCA, there's someone close by. Because even according to the county's report, that medic van, every time it goes on a call, it's out of service for about an hour, leaving that part of the city uncovered. And that doesn't even include the refueling, restaffing, you know, getting it back into service. So you got to really focus on priorities here and make sure this fire station is staffed. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris J.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. My name is Captain Jackson. I'm from the south end of town of Palo Alto. I've lived here over 40 years. I am really concerned about what's going on tonight. What you're doing is you're trying to take away a service of Station 4, which was an engine company at one time, which I was the station captain who responded to multiple Eichler fires. And now you're to the point of it's not important. I think you really need to evaluate what is an emergency. Last week, we saw LA burn. It was predicted. Look at Palo Alto. It's predicted. These hills are going to blow up and can't come down. 2020, we had the CZU fire that burned for 3 months on the edge of Palo Alto. If the wind shifted, we would have been burnt. I've seen the eucalyptus trees burn at the Cabana Hotel, this 200-foot walls of flames. The rapidness of the fire extension, the fire department was enough. Back then we had 32 firefighters on duty every day. I was here for the floods of 2000, or actually 1998. That we had only 30 firefighters on duty. The engine companies ran all night, all day, going up and down, rescuing people out of the Page Mill underpass. I was looking for bodies all night under there with cars trapped under there. You need to think about the people of Palo Alto. Paramedics are important. I'm an original paramedic from Stanford University, where we came and we had Station 2 as the primary station for paramedics. We ran with the engine company and a paramedic van. We were able to keep medics till they were age of 60 because we were able to have our medics go back and forth from the engine.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Paramedic van. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Bill R.
Bill Ross. I'm a business owner, taxpayer, and resident. I think I would start by saying there are areas in 94301, College Terrace, South Palo Alto, that are directly comparable to the areas in Pacific Palisades and Altadena, where one of the major failings was pre-positioning of vehicles to combat that fire, those fires. You can't have pre-positioning of vehicles if you don't have enough fire apparatus. I would oppose what's being proposed by the fire chief. There's no model that can be pointed to that says cross-staffing works. What does work is cross-training, and that's the model that's followed by every other fire agency in the county. We should have what every other fire agency in the county has, full staffing. If we had full staffing, then Menlo Park, FPD, and Mountain View would honor the automatic aid agreements and the mutual aid agreements, which they don't do now. Maybe what's most disturbing is there was a workshop on May 15th put on by the city manager's office where numerous discussions were had about the 201 rights of the city, that's medical transport, and I would oppose the hiring of civilian paramedics, incidentally. None of that's incorporated in the staff report before you. It was an extensive analysis. I would encourage you to refer this back to the Finance Committee for additional funds for financing full staffing, meaning personnel and apparatus. Maybe you should ask why there isn't a tag-on review of other bids of other agencies and purchasing an OES engine. That's not in anything that's been analyzed yet. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Greg S.
Schmidt. Thank you. It's interesting. The council has moved from a discussion of values to a discussion of dollars. So very different, yet so much the same. The key is who participates in the decision. Note, the council has accepted HCD's mandate that the city add over 20% of new housing units by 2031 to meet their aggressive forecast of new jobs. Yet the budget presented tonight shows that the city cannot adequately meet the needs of even the most basic fire protection services without serious budget amendments. With the city's acceptance of HCD's very aggressive longer-term new jobs and housing mandates, it is essential that the council hold an open public discussion of how the city budget will deal with the increased needs for a whole range of the most vital city services. Note that the residents pay the bulk of local taxes in our budget. By accepting the HCD growth mandate, the council has created an obligation to generate a longer-term budget that makes it clear who will pay the cost of the vital public services. Tell us tonight when this public discussion will take place. Don't abandon local democracy by eliminating any chance for effective public engagement on our critical budget needs. Thank you.
Our next speaker is CCK.
My name is Cece Kettendorf. I live in South Palo Alto. I've been happy about what I've heard tonight. You are addressing all my concerns, so I thank you for that. My remaining concern is to protect the firefighters from abusive overtime. The reason they leave Palo Alto is the abuse of overtime. They go to other municipalities and they accept less money. So I'm urging you to schedule 10 positions for the firefighters, and that way they will be happy and they will stay put. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Annette R.
Good evening again. In your discussion of item 8 tonight, several of you acknowledged your responsibility to protect the residents of Palo Alto. This responsibility applies not only to standing up to concerns of the sort addressed by the resolution proposed in the last item, but also to the practical, such as fire safety. It is critical and frankly non-negotiable that each Palo Alto fire station be fully equipped and properly staffed. This becomes increasingly important as we move forward in meeting our RHNA-required housing development. Growth is, by definition, not static. So our planning must not be static. If money is the impediment, keep in mind what happened in LA County and find the funds. I've listened to all the comments about money tonight. I know it's not going to be easy, but the financial risks of not funding the fire stations properly and quickly is so much greater than funding it. I also was given this, the staff analysis should include this new information about the high fire hazard zones in Palo Alto, and I'll leave that with the clerk. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sunny J.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and city staff. My name is Sunny Johnson-Gutter. I am a captain at Station 1 in Palo Alto Fire. I started my career as a firefighter in San Jose, where I was laid off and thrown a lifeline by Palo Alto. And I've been forever grateful for the city for what has allowed me to achieve in my career. And I thank everybody for the support they give to the fire department. I'm here today and I'm asking you to fully fund Engine 64 as a standalone unit, not as a cross-staffed model. I'm up here today to support my brothers and sisters. As a fire captain, it's my responsibility to make sure that my men and women have the confidence they need to carry out their job. Any person in this country has the confidence that when they call 911 for any problem, they will receive highly qualified, highly skilled men and women who will come and solve their problems for them. We don't have that assurance when we come to work. We don't know what will happen. We have no positive outcome what will happen any given day. We dedicate our lives, we make a vow to the cities that we protect. And every bit of certainty that we can glean from our day is crucial. The cross-staffing method does not work. It does not give us any certainty. We come to work every day. And I know as somebody who staffed Station 4 on the first cross-staff unit, the people that have left this city, my brothers and sisters who have left to other departments, as somebody said previously, for less lucrative careers, left because of the certainty was gone. We don't know what will happen from day to day. Taking away that certainty by giving us a cross-staff ambulance will show more uncertainty for us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joe P.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. Most of you know me at this point. I'm Joe Panko. I'm the president of the local firefighters union here in town. I've served here for 17 years. I'm becoming extremely frustrated over these last 17 years, just listening to the same type of fiscal outlook year after year after year. I've listened to about 17 of these. I've never heard a rosy outlook. Not one time in 17 years has there been like, this is a good year to invest in resources. It's always, this is the sky falling type of deal. And there's a lot of smart people in this room. They're adaptive. They can move on the fly to figure out how to fund stuff. All I know is at the end of the day, the citizens spoke loud and clear when they funded Measure K. They're not comfortable with the amount of resources that public safety has. And this model does not really change that. It doesn't decrease response times. It doesn't really improve our strength. And like people have been saying, this is a $1.2 billion operating city, and we are not even talking about adding like exotic resources. We're talking about putting a fire engine in a fire station for the first time in 5 years. And this outlook was not the first time that this issue has been a problem, right? This could have been solved last year, the year before, when these were not, the budget deficits and drawn from the BSR and all that. So from my perspective, the reflex time and the problems in hiring and staffing, and we have a fleet with 6 engines that average 100,000 miles. The inaction that we're taking here on a regular basis is incredible to me. Do the right thing, put the moves in place that will start to put the people in place that can affect lives. We're talking about cost and value. What is the value of a person's life that's alive because somebody was able to reach them faster? We have an 8-minute response time standard that we don't meet. Our neighbors have lower response times that they hit at a higher clip than us. And all we're asking for is the tools to do our job. And honestly, I'm just getting frustrated and tired of the same conversation every year. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adam K.
Good evening, council. My name is Adam King. I'm a firefighter paramedic with the city of Palo Alto. I've served the citizens of this city for the last 12, 13 years. I've been through all the staffing challenges. I've had forced overtime. And I'm asking you to staff the engine properly. Cross-staffing doesn't work. I don't know how else to put it. I did it. I cannot do the work that I want to do to take care of the citizens of Palo Alto in a cross-staffing model. You can look at the numbers. We can talk about it day in and day out. I've run the calls on that rig. I've done the cross-staffing. It just doesn't work. When you call 911, I'm the person who shows up at your door. I've taken care of council members. I've taken your friends, your family, your children. I've delivered babies in this city. I've successfully resuscitated people, and I've unsuccessfully tried to resuscitate people. I need tools to do my job. I know Chief Blackshire's heart. I know he wants to protect us from forced overtime, and I really appreciate it. I hate forced overtime. My family hates forced overtime. I miss going home to my family. You have to do the right thing and fund the engine fully, which means hiring. And we know it takes time. We understand that. The problem with cross-staffing is it's going to look like the problem is fixed, and the problem will not be fixed. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Arden B. Arden, you should be, yep.
Yes, hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Arden Michael Blum. I'm a block preparedness coordinator since 9 years. I live on Forest Avenue. I can only encourage you to put the priority where there is a human demand. Now, nobody has mentioned one aspect, the defibrillator in the police 911 intervention. What goes on? If you call 911 and say you have a breathing issue, a police car goes. They get to the emergency 4 minutes, maybe 5 minutes before the fire department. Now, why is there no funding being discussed for the police emergency response to fire incidents? Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Nicholas P., but I do not see him on Zoom anymore. So we will move on to Forrest P.
Hello. Hello, Mayor and esteemed council members. I support a modified approval of this item. My name is Forrest Peterson. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. The city population has been expanding, particularly in South Palo Alto along San Antonio Road, as mentioned by Annette, Cece, and Greg, so I'll save my comments on that, where the fire services are currently limited. I attended the recent town hall and heard the widely held opinion that cross-staffing Station 4 is a negative option, as mentioned by Sonny and Adam. I agree with the comment by Chris, Bill, and Annette about Palo Alto's wildland-urban interface and new unpredictable fire behavior. The concept of an urban firestorm is absolutely terrifying. For consideration on Fire Station 4, can you add a temporary accessory dwelling unit to the fire station to increase beds? They make these, they come in on a crane, you can plop it down in the yard. I support a motion for Fire Station 4 to staff both a fire engine or truck, whatever the case is, and an ambulance, or simply a modified motion that eliminates cross-staffing. Motion that cross-staffing is not to be used. Thank you.
All right, going back to Nicholas P.
Hi, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and City staff, thank you all for taking the time and commitment to serve the citizens of Palo Alto. That's a bond you actually share with the firefighters. My name is Nick Penko. I've worked as a firefighter in the city for 15 years. And I want to address a misleading claim that was made about our fire department staffing levels recently at the town hall meeting. At the recent town hall meeting, Mayor Lowing stated that Palo Alto has 114 personnel. That claim is extremely misleading because that number is not a true representation of how many firefighters are actually available to respond to emergencies. That number includes administrative assistants and non-emergency staff, people who are extremely essential to the fire department operations, but however, they're not the ones who respond to 911 calls. Here's the number that truly matters in regards to firefighter staffing. Right now, Palo Alto only has 24 firefighters on duty each day, and a total of about 80 overall who respond to emergency incidents. Compare that to 2010 when I was hired. We had 31 firefighters per shift every day ready to respond to emergencies in the city. That's a 23% reduction in emergency response personnel over the last 17 years, despite an increase in population, call volume, and wildfire threats. So the council initiative that I've heard said, building back and building up in regards to public safety in the city, is great as long as we're clear that we have 23% to go just to get to where we were 17 years ago when we ran a few thousand less emergency incidents per year. We're asking you to prioritize emergency response over budget savings. The money exists. Measure K was passed by the citizens of Palo Alto to restore public safety services. Now is the time to follow through on that commitment. Fully fund Engine 64, not with overtime on the backs of the firefighters or with cross-staffing, which would be on the backs of the citizens. Give the residents of Palo Alto the protection they deserve. Thank you for your time.
Our final speaker is Daniel F.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. My name is Daniel. I'm calling on behalf of the Palo Alto Firefighters Local 1319 and on behalf of the residents that we serve here in the city. First, I want to thank you for your service to the city and the community members and the employees who work here. I'm speaking tonight as a firefighter and as someone who has witnessed firsthand what the impact of operating during emergency responses with decreased available resources can have on human lives. I've served this city and this community for the past 15 years. I've performed as a firefighter paramedic and a fire captain in several resource deployment models. I've experienced how significantly emergency incidents are impacted by having a robust system like we did in the early 2010s, as well as when our operational resources are lean. We all know that seconds matter in an emergency. Right now, Palo Alto's fire response times are 20% higher than the city's own goal, and far worse than the National Fire Protection Association standard of 4 minutes for the first engine to arrive to a structure fire. A cross-staffed engine 64 will not fix this problem. The fire engine is the first critical resource on any emergency. It arrives quickly, stabilizes life-threatening medical conditions and rescue scenes, and begins fire suppression before a small fire can turn into a disaster. Under this plan with cross-staffing, if the crew is on an ambulance transport, there will be nobody available to respond on engine 64. That means residents will have to wait for another engine to respond from a different district. This isn't just theory. We've already seen the dangers and inefficiencies of cross-staffing. The department itself has admitted that we went through great lengths to move away from that model. It left gaps in coverage, delayed responses, and ultimately led to the cancellation of our auto aid agreement with Mountain View. We know we're not asking for something excessive. We're just asking for the resources to do our jobs. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on agenda item 9.
Okay, thanks for those comments, and we are back to the dais. I was just going to ask a question on business tax contributions to fire safety that came from that. And I know that the business taxes are intended to, by law, they're going to go up, but I think they're rather small right now. And my recollection is that we've already spent the dollars for public safety to date.
That is correct, Mayor. If I may refer us to page 148, there is a table that delineates the business tax revenue by the designated spending categories. As noted there, public safety with the estimated proceed of 1.5 million for fiscal 25. Those dollars have been spent for expenses not limited to, for example, the dispatch staffing, staffing for traffic team, fully staffing fire engine 2, which was 3 positions, and then also just ongoing recruitment and retention efforts within the public safety and the labor agreements.
And just a year out as an example, how much does that possibly go up? The revenues from that?
For the just business license revenue, business tax in total. I don't have that number with me.
It's just a bit. It's not much.
But it should double because this is a half year.
No, it'll be something short of doubling. I think our current estimate is about 7.5 million total versus what's shown here is the 4.8 in the current year.
Yes,
if I may add, we're a little conservative, but in 2016, we're looking at maybe about 6.5 million and maybe a little closer to 6.7 million in the following year, though the program, as mentioned, is still being fully implemented. So its potential, it could be a little higher, but that's our current estimate outlook.
In what year was that? I thought you said 2016. I missed something.
So currently it's a little over $5 million in the current 25 year. We are looking at maybe 6.5 million in 26 and maybe 6.7, 6.8 million the following year. It could be a few 100,000 more when we've fully implemented it, but
that's fine.
Right now, that's our best estimate.
I just wanted the public to get the order of magnitude of that. It's not massive, but it is building, and I think it's still safe at this stage to say we have a success there, but it's not a panacea or a magic potion.
Mayor, sorry, Paul Harper, Budget Office. If I can just clarify that those dollars have also been incorporated into the long range financial forecast numbers that we are looking at.
Yeah, good add for accurate information. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I kind of doing some head count around the room. Looks like we have about 9 or 10 firefighters currently in the room, not including the chief. I'm wondering if the firefighters themselves maybe could like raise their hand if they think that cross-staffing, at least as a kind of semi-permanent solution, is a safe and sustainable model for the community. Yeah, you can ask. Yeah. Can you come to the mic so we can all hear your question before others participate on that question?
Yeah, thank you. I guess what I was asking, because it could be confusing the way it was phrased, is would it be a temporary model that the firefighters could get on board with en route to a permanent solution? I think the answer to that is yes. We'll do anything. We would take the mandatory overtime, like somebody was saying, that we hate, like Adam was saying. We hate the mandatory overtime. We want to go home to our families. We would do that in route.
Just clarify the question and let the council member take his poll.
Sure. So yeah, the question I think that would be better would be, would the firefighters be on board with cross-staffing as a temporary solution en route to a permanent solution of fully staffing, or would they be against it from the start? And I think that would kind of separate it from whether they hate it altogether and will never want to do it, or just as a temporary.
I appreciate that clarification. Yeah, so if you could raise your hand if you would be first comfortable with it as a temporary stopgap kind of measure while building the department to full staffing, or while building that station to full staffing. So if the firefighters can raise their hand, if that you're comfortable with. Okay, that's helpful. And raise your hand if I guess my original question was if you think that as a permanent solution, cross-staffing as a permanent solution instead of the full staffing is a sustainable model that is safe for our community. Okay, thank you. So none of the firefighters seems to think that this is a sufficient model. I appreciate, sorry to put everybody on the spot, but to me, you're the experts in the room, not myself. I'm curious, there was some discussion kind of around the ambulance, the firefighters. I think this is probably a question for the chief. What is the average turnaround time for an ambulance when it has to transport a patient to the hospital? Yeah, sorry. What is the average turnaround time for an ambulance when it has to transport a patient to the hospital?
45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. And that downtime.
That's the entire call, though.
For the entire time.
Yeah.
And that downtime is not the case with a fire truck responding to a medical emergency while waiting then for the ambulance to show up.
One more time, I'm sorry?
That downtime is not the same for a fire truck or fire engine arriving on scene while waiting for an ambulance.
That is correct.
And question on this mutual aid has come up several times. I want to just kind of make sure we're clear. So we no longer have an automatic aid agreement with Mountain View or Menlo Park?
So we have an auto aid agreement with Menlo Park. We do have an auto aid agreement with the city of Mountain View, but it's specific to confirmed structure fires and freeway responses.
Okay. Can you speak more to that? Sorry,
Sure.
I don't really know what that.
Yeah, so automatic aid means that when there's a emergency, units are automatically dispatched. So it's not a special request. So it's just automatic. So if there's a structure fire that's confirmed, resources from Mountain View automatically respond to Palo Alto and vice versa on reciprocity. Mutual aid would mean that we have to make a special request. So if we needed resources from Mountain View and it wasn't a confirmed structure fire or a freeway response, we would have to go through the county to this program called a RedNet, where we would request them specifically. So that's the difference between automatic aid and mutual aid. When we did have an automatic aid agreement prior to us cross-staffing with Mountain View, which means we had a new CAD system that we got in 2014, and that's when we started the boundary drop. So we dropped boundaries, which means that we operated, I guess, for a good explanation, like one department. So whichever the closest apparatus was, they would respond regardless whether it was in Palo Alto or Mountain View. At the time we were doing that, we did that for 2 years. So in 2016, we stopped that. That's when we started cross-staffing and we eliminated that agreement. During the boundary drop, we went into Mountain View approximately 20% more than Mountain View came into Palo Alto. So when that agreement was canceled, we were actually capturing more calls in Palo Alto than we were, and because we were running into Mountain View, so that ceased. But we still have that agreement with confirmed structure fires and freeway responses.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time.
Councilmember Rectal.
Yeah, on packet page 173 at those vacancies I was looked at before, there's 10 listed in the fire department. How many of those are firefighters and how many of those are other non-firefighter employees?
One more time, I'm sorry.
So in the staff report, they listed the table holding all the vacancies, and it said the fire department had 10 vacancies. How many of those are firefighters and how many of them are not firefighters?
Those would be all firefighters.
Okay.
Yes, I'd have to take, I don't have it on me. I'd have to take a look at it, but I believe they're all firefighters.
Okay, and we're recruiting for all those.
Correct.
And will we have problems filling it?
Problems meaning?
Like, how long will it take us to fill 10 open spots for firefighters?
So when we do a recruitment, it takes almost a year to do a full recruitment and hiring.
But if you want to hire 10, you can get all 10 hired, or is it like, well, I only can get 6 this year and 4 next year?
So there's 6 actual firefighter vacancies right now. Again, I had to look at the actual report, but for what you're referring to, so in the process that it would take to have an application process, interviews, hiring, physicals, background, and academy and in-house academy, it takes about 10 to 12 months. Problem hiring, we get a pretty good pool number-wise. think the last time we had a hiring, we had about 800 applicants. It's a bit challenging to get, depending on the level, whether it's paramedics versus EMTs. That's more of the challenge, but the numbers aren't necessarily a challenge.
Okay. The reason I ask is we're going to be filling this, if we do a cross staffing, we'll be filling that extra position with overtime. Are we also in parallel adding another recruit to try and fill that as a full-time position?
One more time, sir.
So if we go to cross staffing, immediately we would start doing forced overtime for that.
Well, it would be overtime, and if no one accepts the overtime, then we do the mandatory overtime. So that's a possibility.
We would fill that position with overtime.
Correct.
Are we in parallel trying to hire a full-time person for that job, or are we indefinitely doing the overtime solution?
So it's not necessarily for that particular job. We currently have 9 firefighters that are in an in-house academy that will be online next month, but we still have vacancies. So we have the 6 vacancies that we spoke of that are firefighters. We have 3 trainees that are budgeted as well. And then we have the 1 assistant fire marshal. So that's the complete 10 vacancies that we're talking about. So 6 of those are actual firefighters, 3 are trainees.
Okay. So the bulk of my question is if we go this cross-staffing route, should we also be adding an extra head to your department that you can start recruiting tomorrow to add a full-time firefighter to eliminate that cross-staffing overtime?
Perhaps this is where I should step in. And so I think the answer from the fire chief would be absolutely. That said, the specific position that you're authorizing here is a captain, a fire captain. So it's actually a higher level position than a firefighter. So at this point, through this action, you would not be authorizing us to fill that captain position permanently going forward. We're really recommending this overtime funding for the purpose of, again, providing immediate staffing while the finance department and ultimately the council considers what is the better long-term strategy through the budget process.
And the options there would be to, for example, privatize the...
Well, it's the single role ambulance, the privatization, the current staffing model for the ambulances and the like, and a transition plan to get to that alternative.
So there are solutions out there where we would not have to hire any extra firefighters for this cross-staffing.
Well, I think that's an issue. Well, you added the cross-staffing piece, which I think adds a little complexity. In terms of what the future complement of staffing would include, I think that we have some options there, again, that are
and so there are options, long-term options where we get a fire engine in Station 4 without additional firefighters.
I don't know that we could say that.
So are you asking would we be able to fully staff the fire engine without hiring firefighters?
So there's reluctance to hire additional firefighters, and I'm questioning why wouldn't you want to hire a firefighter right now if we know at least we want to do cross-staffing, why wouldn't we commit to funding that position so we can have cross-staffing without overtime? And then in the budget process, try to fully fund that.
I think I understand your question better now. If the decision, the longer term decision were to go with a civilianized ambulance system, then I think there is a question as to what complement of sworn staff, firefighter staff would be necessary in addition to that civilian ambulance.
And so have we looked at all the possibilities, and we're sure that there are no possibilities where let's see. Yes. What I want to know is why are we reluctant? And you're saying there are situations where down the road we wouldn't need extra firefighter.
I'm saying we're not at a place to tell you that we know for sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. One thing, Chief, maybe if you could just stay up here, we want to keep you right here. When we've talked about cross-staffing and when we had cross-staffing before versus what we're really looking at right now is an interim approach at a single station. Didn't we have cross-staffing at 3 stations previously? And was a much more stressful circumstance on the system and on the firefighters. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're comparing one station on an interim basis, cross-staffing, to what was 3 stations and overtime and that kind of uncertainty there. It was like 3 times more stressful and complicated. I'm not saying there's no ramifications here, but those aren't one and the same, just so everybody knows that. And then I just want to make sure we put to rest some of these misconceptions on, as staff said, Measure K dollars, the 1/3 of Measure K dollars that were for public safety have gone to public safety. Now, we can argue on where we ought to allocate them, but those dollars were spent and are being spent as we wanted, as we committed to the voters, and that's the way it is. So I hope that we won't have this claim that we're not spending the Measure K dollars as was committed. And then I've heard this claim again and again that, oh yeah, we have a $1.2 billion budget. No, that's not our general fund budget. That's not the budget from which these dollars can come from. That includes utilities and our wastewater treatment plant that is with 5 additional jurisdictions. We have, I think it's a $307 million general fund budget. That's the budget we're talking about. It's not 1.2, and it undermines people's credibility when they state otherwise. We are struggling with how to spend that general fund budget. That's the reality of what we're struggling with. Still a struggle, but that's the fact. The other thing, the claim is not factual. And we all want to have credibility if we're going to argue our cases, and it undermines it by misrepresenting that. Remind me, Chief, we had the 7th station was it at Slack, and when did that go away?
Correct. We closed that station. So there was a fire station at the Stanford Linear Accelerated Center, which is in Menlo Park, but it's Stanford property. So during the contract, we actually staffed that station with a full-time engine and actually a battalion chief as well. So that we closed that station sometime in 2012, I believe, 2011, 2012. So that was 9 positions that went away.
So when we've had these comparisons of staffing back in previous to then, that was 7 stations because Stanford had been contracting, or Slack had been contracting for us to provide that service at Slack. They made a decision to go to Menlo Fire. But when you compare the numbers of people, you can't compare the 6 stations and the coverage area that we have today to the coverage area that we had then. I don't know if it's exact numbers on personnel, but that's 14%. 1/7 is 14% of the total. And so when we say 20-something% more firefighters, that's not the actual number because we were covering Slack back in that baseline period. These are still real issues, but let's just talk objective facts on that. Okay, so, and as staff has said, what we wanted to do here was respond to community concern on not having a water truck at Station 4. And we're coming forward mid-year with that. And I was really glad to hear that we're going forward with purchasing the replacement truck, a new truck this year, water truck, and another one the following fiscal year is in the budget. I didn't realize that. And that's good news. And that's because these trucks wear out. And that second one is really because of aging of trucks, but that we'll get with this first one, we'll basically have the capability to have 2 backups as soon as that comes in. And that's what we need. And then lastly, I just want to make sure everybody's clear that the whole Station 4, we've never had two crews at Station 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So when everybody's saying we need to go back and have an ambulance crew and a water truck crew like we had before, that's just not true. We never had that before. We had a truck only there and didn't have an ambulance there, even though 70% or so of the calls in that area are for an ambulance. But as the chief has explained, this is a network on the coverage. It's not Station 4 folks serve that area. Now, there is a truth that the proximity helps, and that's a big part of why we want to get the truck and the ambulance there, and that will improve the coverage in that area. My understanding is that basically, if we're looking at having the strength of our ambulance coverage and our fire truck coverage, that's an improvement over what we historically had for that area. To have the same crew size, or actually one more, is that right? Well, it'll be how many to cover? Three.
It'll be three personnel there.
Okay. So historically, we had just a truck. Now we're going to have a truck and an ambulance covered by the same people. So it's not like you have two crews, but it is an improvement. They take the one that has that call, and if they're out on an ambulance call from that station, then one of the other fire trucks has to backfill there. Or if they're out with a water truck call, then the ambulance has to be backfilled from somewhere else, right? It's basically how it works?
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to get everybody with the same starting facts, and then we got the struggle on what we will do as the budget comes forward. But start with the foundation of the facts. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, isn't the current budget about 50 million-ish this year for just fire? I have that in my notes on my desk, but I don't have 55 million. Yeah, in the adopted budget. And then, because that was the basis of some of the stats that I got and stated at the open forum that we had on this, which we're not misleading at all. We're just talking about different classifications. What I was talking about was what's the total fire staff, which I think is about 115-ish right now. Yeah, and so that budget is coming from the city. It's our budget. It was confirmed with the chief, and that's what I reported. I didn't say that they were all sitting on trucks. I was just trying to point out that we have been criticized as a city for not investing in fire. And I think that 55 million now is about, over the last 10 years, is like 150% increase or something. And, you can't, I don't like percentages that much, but another one, I'm just trying to dissuade one of these facts here, Councilman Burt, is that we have invested seriously in salaries, in benefits, in personnel, and I just want to clear the deck on it. It has nothing to do specifically with what are we going to do in Fire Station 4, but the narrative shouldn't be that we're not investing in fire or police, because we're doing it very seriously. And I think of the general budget, fire is what, 25% or something?
18.5.
Yeah, so close to 20% of the entire fund for everything is fire, and that's before you get to police. So again, that's not what we should do here in this situation. It's just a statement of where we are with the numbers part. Other comments, Councilmember Vinker?
I have a question because I think I'm not keeping up in one regard, and so if you'll bear with me, hopefully you can get me caught up. So we were talking about, or we've heard comment about how any number of years ago there were 31 or 32 firefighters on duty every day, and now there's roughly 24, I think, is where we are. And so if we say 31 minus 24, we have 7, it's a delta of 7 firefighters. Let's take out 1 for the smaller footprint because we don't serve Slack anymore, and call it 6.
in terms of hires, is it appropriate to multiply by 3 to think of shifts? So like 6 times 3 positions. And by the way, I know they're not fungible because there's different levels of experience and rank and et cetera. But I guess where I'm going is if we're looking at, trying to get 16, 18 firefighters, I'm hearing that there are 9 in line next month, and I realize they're new. There are, I think, budget. I was very interested in what Councilmember Rectal was pointing out about the 10 positions, and I think you said roughly 6 of those are firefighters.
Correct.
So if we take the 9 next month and those 6, there's 15, I think, and I think we're talking about getting not that far north of that. So what am I missing? I mean, not that we shouldn't try to continue to invest, but is that?
So if I, just to clarify, so that would get us up to what we're budgeted for right now, staffing wise. If we were to increase staffing for that fire engine, so if we kept our staffing as it is and had the fire engine fully staffed, that would take an additional 10 firefighters for that particular unit. So I think that may be where, you seem like, okay, well, we need 15, wouldn't that suffice? But I think if we're talking about that engine specifically being staffed up without overtime, in addition to what we currently have, that's where that number comes from.
Yeah, so that's a different fact. And so what I'm trying to do is to reconcile the two things. And I think perhaps it's what Councilmember Burt was saying about that we didn't previously have perhaps the 2 teams, but somewhere I'm trying to reconcile having quite a number of firefighters in the pipeline that are approved with this need for an additional 10 to get, but it doesn't seem like that even puts us back. Like the sense that I got from the public comment was that we're down so far, and that this just gets us this one staffing of this one engine. So I can't really figure out what's happening with the 15 new firefighters and why that doesn't in total. It's not specific to this question necessarily, but just the overall department growing by up to 15 firefighters seems like it would get us fairly close to the old staffing levels. I guess that's my question.
Yeah, so they're not, so they're vacancies. So the 15 that we're talking about in this, or this even say the 9, they're filling vacancies. They're not like adding to what we currently have. So there's like this revolving door of vacancies that it's hard to play catch up because as we hire, people retire or go out on workers' comp, or in some cases in the past, they go to different departments. So this kind of revolving door of vacancies. So right now, if we were to hire, let's say the 9 and the additional 6, that would fill up what we're currently budgeted for. And that would not suffice to put a separate engine in service as a standalone unit. That would just bring us up to speed with all the engines we currently have and the ambulance over there and the ambulances as well.
Yeah, thank you for that. And this isn't in any way not wanting to do something to address this situation. I'm just trying to understand the numbers. So is the revolving door, I mean, I understand that there's retirements, other reasons that we lose stuff, but is it really kind of a steady state function that we don't catch up? We don't get ahead. We don't grow. I mean,
because of we call that reflex time, the time that it takes to, when someone retires, we can't just hire right behind them. Even if we had a eligibility list, we have to wait till there's an appropriate fire academy to place them in, which is usually either spring or fall.
Mm-hmm.
In some cases, we can hire what's called a lateral firefighter, which means we put out an application to hire people that have been firefighters already that come in. So it's a shorter term to train. But that's like another method that we can get firefighters. But that's one of the keys to the single role model is that when you hire the civilians to take the place of the firefighters that are currently on ambulances, we don't have to do that level of hiring. We take those firefighters and we put them on the fire engine. And so that kind of eliminates that whole hiring of 10. Mm-hmm. But it's a whole nother business model. That's what we presented to the Finance Committee as an option in November of last year.
Yeah, I do remember that. Okay, I was just trying to understand. It sounds like the 15 isn't really a net gain. And my other question was actually asked by Councilmember Stone about like if we were to, I think it was Councilmember Stone, if we were to just say tonight, you got 10 more, it would, you were explaining that it would take a good 10 to 12 months to get them actually
Correct.
in.
And the 24 that we have staffing daily, there's vacancies in that. So some of those positions are still filled with overtime today.
Okay, that's I think what what the disconnect was. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. If there aren't any other comments, then we need to decide what we're going to do on this item. Councilmember Stone.
I just got one final question, Chief. You're getting a good workout getting up and down some burpees. Quick question on, so we've been talking about 10 FTEs to be able to get Station 4 to full staffing. What about, so I understand kind of like three firefighters per team, unit, shift. Thank you. What if what happens if we were to authorize 3 FTE with hopes of continuing to build that over the next year or two? Like what does that do as far as need for overtime, morale, other issues as well? Because I think up at this point, I kind of keep thinking it as either nothing or 10, and there has to be something in between. I would imagine that's workable.
So if we factored in the current proposal that's in the mid-year of that one overtime captain per shift, there's 3 shifts. In the case of this proposal, the authorization for 3 would pretty much allow that to be a permanent position as opposed to overtime to be able to cross-staff that unit. And if the council didn't approve it for that reason, then that particular FTE would just fill one of the vacancies that we currently have that we're trying to fill, that we would add that instead of the 6 vacancies, we'd say, okay, now we have 9, and we would hire 9 more. So the 3 wouldn't fill a full company for one particular shift. It would have to go all against all 3 shifts, which is why we need the 10, 3 per shift. And then there's that one that cover, that's kind of factored in for backfill and when there's vacancies for those positions.
Okay. Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
So it still nets out that we need this one in the proposal to do this on a short-term basis. So it nets out that we need this captain, which is much higher priced than a regular firefighter or civilian. I mean, that's just what's needed to manage this, is my understanding. Right?
I'm sorry?
That's what's needed. You have to have this captain.
Yes, it's the third
rank
position.
And skill.
Correct, whether it's on overtime or an FTE. So the FTE would help the permanent or a more permanent solution where the overtime is, until it's decided to fill it permanently.
Well, are you saying if we approve this, then you might end up staffing it with regular firefighters and don't need a captain?
No, tonight, it'll be the one overtime position per shift, which would be for that captain out there. Because right now we have 2 non-captain positions.
I get it now.
And the third one would be a captain.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, were you done? Well, there's other lights, but if you're done, go ahead with comments too, sure.
Okay, that is a really complex issue, but I think ultimately I feel like Palo Alto residents do deserve the same level of emergency protection and response at every other part of the city, and yet I feel this current plan for South Palo Alto just falls short. And it seems like we are really prioritizing our budget constraints over community safety. And while I completely understand budget constraints are a real problem, and I'm well aware of forecasted budget deficits in the future, but at the end of the day, I think the most basic responsibility of any government is to be able to keep its people safe. And I think we're derelict of our duty if we continue to underfund and understaff our fire department in this way. I think budgets are all about prioritizing what's important, and there's really just nothing more important than the health and safety of our residents. And so I think we really need to start moving towards that full staffing for Engine 64 without going back to at least cross-staffing as a permanent solution. And it doesn't seem like anyone wants it. It's been proven to just be an inadequate service to our residents. And Chief Blackshire this evening said that one of the department's goals, back in 2021, was to eliminate cross-staffing. And we heard loud and clear from the firefighters in this room, who really are the subject matter experts here, that more permanent cross-staffing is just not a solution that is sustainable or safe for our community. But they are open to that being a stopgap measure as we move forward. So I think if tonight authorizing this cross-staffing as that stopgap measure, while we then make some kind of commitment moving forward to be able to bring on those additional 10 FTEs to provide that permanent solution, then I'm going to be more comfortable with that. But so I'm curious if there's a way to be able to sort of make that direction to the city manager, to the finance committee, of saying, all right, we authorize the cross-staffing, but in the budget, let's figure out how we're going to make this work and be able to fully staff Engine 64.
If I could perhaps or hopefully provide a helpful comment there. As I mentioned, the current proposal before the council is simply the overtime funding. If, as a part of that direction, you want to tell us to proceed with filling that position or including it as part of your proposed budget, then again, effectively what that would mean is to go ahead and include the 3 FTE captains as a part of the proposed budget. Then that would get the ball rolling, and it would allow us again to include that in what we bring back to you in May or late April, really. And again, doesn't preclude you from making a contrary decision, but it'll at least set that as a baseline.
Yeah, and I think that's important. I think it's important to start the ball rolling because, right, we authorized the engine in College Terrace back in July, and I understand that is not that is still being used as overtime is still being used for that engine at this time, right? Or it will be. Yes.
Yes.
Great. All right, thank you. So clearly, these are long build-up times, and the LA fires and and everything else. There's a constant reminder that every second really counts in this, and so see what we can do to be able to start advancing this forward is what I'll be looking for.
Councilman Burt.
I was just ready to make a motion if we're ready for that.
Sure, we can continue discussion after there's a motion on the table.
Okay. And I don't know what that means in terms of our final item tonight, because we're at 10 already.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that very shortly.
Okay. So I will move the staff recommendations. They're listed in the staff report. With a referral to staff to present an alternative or an option in the budget process for basically staffing the additional person at Station 4 with an additional full-time, or it's really 3 full-time people.
Is there any second?
Second.
And I don't need to speak to it any further.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. I had my hand before that motion, but I generally agree with that motion, and I generally agree with Councilmember Stone's comments. I think more staffing is important. I think creating a full-time position is the least we can do here. So fully staffing Fire Station 4 will be inevitable just based on population growth, construction in San Antonio corridor, and that's why we're building the larger Fire Station 4 to begin with, so we can handle that capacity as we grow. And I'll also just make the somewhat obvious point that we can't really underestimate the value of medical services and fire services arriving in a timely way with high guarantees of reliability, higher guarantees of our 8-minute SLA. I think the reason why we can move forward with this motion now is that things aren't going to be obviously safer or better if we fully staff Fire Station 4 right now. I think there are a lot of moving parts. There is no perfect plan to actually co-locate a fire engine and an ambulance in the current Fire Station 4 site. And when you actually do that juggle, I worry that fully staffing too soon will be extra expense at not material safety improvements. I think we do need to figure out a plan to clear the budget for 2027, 2028, when we actually have Fire Station 4 online and fully staffed from the get-go there. But I think this motion is the right one to bridge us until that point.
Councilmember Banker?
Yeah, I'll just keep it short because it's +1 to Councilmember Stone and +1 to Councilmember Liu, just with the additional comment that, from talking to our firefighters, first of all, it was tremendously nice that several of them thanked us for our service when all I want to do is thank them for theirs. So that was quite nice. But in speaking to them, I think they are okay with the stopgap, but more than that is a difficult ask. That said, we have to figure out how to build the bridge. We're looking at, staff bringing us ways to build that bridge. So I support what my colleagues say. And I think that, the increased response times are risky to us. But it also has to hurt morale, because I know that the firefighters are justifiably proud of what you do every day for us and saving lives and keeping us safe. And I think helping you have that high level of morale by giving you the tools to have the response times and provide the services you want is something that we also should do as a council.
Any other comments? Councilmember Recto?
Do we want any direction, if the goal is when the fire station is completed, to fully staff it with a fully staffed fire engine and fully staffed ambulance? We're going to have another 10 heads that we have to somehow afford. So do we want to give staff the direction to try to figure out the plan to fit that in the budget 2 years from now?
Yeah, that's, it's part of what we will be looking at in all those different scenarios that we're going to continue the discussion that started in the fall. There's more than one scenario on how we might do that. The mayor made the point in that last in the finance committee then that he thought that the separate ambulance non-uniformed, pardon me,
or civilian
ambulance approach was an interesting proposition. I think we just need to. We're looking at
normal finance.
Our long-term coverage, staffing, efficiency, and so predetermining one outcome in a direction tonight for 2027 is a little premature. We've got to go through that process.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they have to have the answer now, but I want them to be working towards that.
Well, we're going to be looking at all the scenarios, and that's already in the pipeline.
Okay.
All right, if there's no other comments, we can put this to a vote.
Mayor, may I ask a clarifying question? The maker of the motion speaks to the alternative options. So Councilmember Burt, can you clarify if that's within the base budget that you want us to include the additional FTEs, or how should we interpret that?
That would be to look at an alternative in the FY26 budget that instead of staffing Fire Station 4 with essentially overtime, we'd be adding those positions and doing it with straight time.
Okay.
That's
great.
the intent. I don't know if.
All right. So I'm going to clarify that would mean we would include those 3 positions, those 3 FTEs as a part of the proposed budget instead of overtime.
Yeah. And is certainly coming forward with that as an alternative. We haven't determined anything yet, nor have you.
Yes, I think we could certainly both include it as part of the recommended budget while specifically aligning or identifying the budget required for that so that it would be part of the council's deliberations and decisions.
Okay, proceed. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Rechtel,
Yes.
Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lou,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much, and thanks to our public commenters as well. We really appreciate the input. Okay, that concludes that item. The next question is the city manager up for starting the next item? Because it needs to be short, given where we are.
Right, right. So what I'd like to suggest to you is that this item is by design, modular.
Yeah.
You know, you've got four priorities with objectives under each.
Yeah.
You also have your committees, which we've titled as objectives for the ad hoc committees and the work plans for the standing committees. So it is modular, and we could get started and take them in order, which would have economic development up first and see if you are able to complete that, or if the council has a better idea, we're open to those.
No, yeah, we discussed this in the pre-meeting that we weren't going to get all the way through it, but kind of hoped that we get a little bit further through it. So the question is, do we want to leap into it and take the first objective, or do we want to say, see you next week? Comments from council members? Well, I can always take public comments, sure, absolutely, if we want to do that. But if we're not going to talk about it, then that's not going to save a lot of time. So Councilmember Burt?
Oh, well, that was the issue that I want to make sure. We've had some members of the public who've been waiting all night to speak.
Okay,
I want to
yeah,
make sure they get that opportunity. But then we should continue the public comment so that if other folks at the next meeting didn't speak, they
Sure.
have that opportunity.
Yeah.
Also, just for clarification, I don't think it'll be next week. I think it's the 10th that would
I
be
think
your
that's right.
next window
I think that's right.
to 2 weeks.
So I would like to get some comments from council members about whether we want to tackle phase one of priority one tonight for, let's say, a hard cutoff at 11, or do we want to punt? I meant to say a hard cutoff at 10:30. So I was hearing some rumors here. Noes?
My vote's to punt it after public comment.
Is that okay with you? Okay. All right. So the decision is to take public comment out of respect for those that have been waiting on this and to pick up the actual debate starting 2 weeks from tonight.
We currently have two requests to speak. Our first speaker is three requests. Our first speaker is David C.
Members, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is David Cole. Over the last 12 years, first of all, I would like to see the bike and pedestrian infrastructure be put at a higher priority, and I'll speak to that. Over the past 12 years, Palo Alto has completed many projects, including housing, fire stations, libraries, new public safety building, almost. But in the same time frame, we've only completed about 30% of our last bike and pedestrian transportation plan. And I know we can do better than this. In fact, I would like to thank the mayor and Councilmember Burt for the ad hoc committee that really moved forward the work on El Camino with Caltrans and the new bike lanes there. I didn't think they could move that fast and make a big difference, and they really did. And it's going to reflect upon better bike ped on El Camino in the entire peninsula. Palo Alto needs to be a leader again in this area. Our SCAP goals depend on it. The safety of our school children depend on it. The success of our housing build out depends on it, along with the vitality of downtown and the health of our community. There's a lot of support for this. And when I look at the letters and the sign-ons that are in the public record, the following groups are represented there. Silicon Valley Bike Coalition, Palo Alto Team, Carbon Free Palo Alto, 350.org Palo Alto Forward, Actera, Transition Palo Alto members, Safe Routes to School members, Bike Palo Alto, school parents, and more. So there's really great support for this. In addition, the Safe Streets for All Safety Action Plan needs to be at a higher priority and not to slip at all, because this plan lays the foundation for the funding of the pedestrian and bike transportation plan. The east-west crossings of South Palo Alto are also very important. They've been in high priority in the rail committee. And also, this will ensure the safety of our school children and needs to be completed before any of those rail crossings go into place. It is also really a potential game changer for how people get around Palo Alto if we get these south east-west corridors crossings. So I thank you very much for your attention on addressing this issue, and I hope that we can make that a higher priority. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dashiell Lee L.
Good evening, Mayor Lowing and council members. My name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the conservation coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. We're glad that the 2025 City Council priority objectives address climate change and the natural environment, and we're pleased to see that electrification, sea level rise adaptation, creeks and flood management, bird-friendly design, and dark sky are all in the proposed objectives list. We ask you, however, to add to the priorities list the development of an ordinance to curtail the use of plastic land cover for landscaping. This would include plastic turf and plastic weed barriers. We are aware that the city is already looking at the use of plastic in public spaces. So even though we have an interest in preventing plastic turf broadly, this newly requested ordinance may be limited to landscaping only. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a good night.
Our final speaker is Ann M.
Good evening, Mayor Lowing and members of City Council. My name is Ann Mason, and I'm here to speak to you about a motion that was passed in 2023, November 13th. I don't know if the clerk has got my letter to the City Council of yesterday, and there were a couple of attachments with the sections of the municipal code that we're asking to be modified. This motion was on the Appendix B, letter H, as not recommended for this year's work plan. And as well, we were not added to the work plan in 2024 because at the time we were working on the housing element. A couple of the members of council were not present in the 2023 vote, Mr. Liu and Mr. Reckdahl. So I'm going to recap basically. We have provided some language. It's actually just about 9 sentence fragments to be added in a couple of sections of the municipal code. And this is to provide residential protection to fully residential properties or uses that are not zoned residential. And I think this is something that we were trying to get as part of the housing element solution is we're going to build a lot of high density housing on parcels that are not zoned residential. So our community, Palo Alto Redwoods, is on the south end of Palo Alto on El Camino. It's 117 condominiums on a 2.6 acre parcel that's zoned commercial services. And we didn't even know until there was an adjacent parcel being developed that we were not residential. Unfortunately, we're too dense to meet the RM40 zoning case. And that's why we were proposing that we make some minor changes to just 2 sections of the municipal code. And I know that it's not recommended for 2025, but I would like to ask if we can be put on the schedule to be considered for the work plan in 2026. Thank you very much for your time.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you very much, and apologies to staff that you were here kind of late and didn't get to present, those who didn't get to present, so. Or look at it as you're getting to leave early, because we're not seeing these items. So, all right, so we're looking at this item about 2 weeks from now.
That's correct.
Yeah.
We will bring it back then.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We got through a couple of tough issues, and I appreciate everyone's sort of cooperation on that, and we are adjourned.